All right, good morning, everybody. I hope you're as excited as I am to get back to Scroll of Taiwu. I was thinking about it all evening last night, and I had to really resist. I thought about, well, maybe I'll just roll up another character. I was like, no, you're just gonna do the same thing you've already done. So I managed to resist it, but it was rather difficult. I want to say hello to any of the new people. Glad to have you in here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I did also, sometimes YouTube's a little weird, and when I have these pre-streams, somehow they like catch people who are signing up for memberships. I'm not sure they're signing up on that actual stream, but just because I actually have names here, I just wanted to say thank you to Alan Pang, Maruko Belezia, and Peru Gaming. Thank you very much, guys, for becoming members on the channel. That support is huge. Thank you. Really appreciated. Also, man, I can already feel my voice. Oh, man. I got to do my stretches, I suppose, before we get too far. I fiddled with the camera a little bit. It did come out a little grainy yesterday. I think it's a combination of shrinking this tiny and that shirt. I swear that's like digital camo. My camera just really doesn't like it. So hopefully I'm a little less grainy today. I don't know. Fiddling with the camera before you go live is always a great choice. There's never any repercussions for fiddling with green screen 1,000 different filters right before you go live. Good morning to Shinosuke, Avatar des Regrets, Andrew, and Taroni. Welcome on in, guys. Good to have you. I did read your comments there, Shinosuke. I did know about that. Scroll of Taiwu is super addicting, no doubt. Yeah, we haven't even got to the meat yet either. That's the thing that's so funny. So I am super excited for that. Man, I'm really torn on the music. I kind of watched a little of yesterday's stream and 20 seemed a little high, but man, make sure it's not me. No, it's not me. Okay, I'm gonna turn this up ever so slightly. I turned it back down. 20 is too high and 10 is too low. Can I type? Is that a thing or not a thing? I'm not sure that's a thing, but we're gonna pretend that it's at 15 and that I'm happy about it. I did have to roll the month after last stream. I realized there is no manual save, and I thought there was a save and exit, but it appears that it is not a save and exit. It's just a get me out of here. So I think it is only saving on month rollover. So doesn't change anything. I didn't do anything, and we didn't max out our energy. So we are on a little bit of a timeline here, just because I've gone ever so slightly beyond this in my test game, but it's fine. Not going to change the outcomes of anything. Speaking of the music, over about the copyright. I played my stream without music. Yeah, I seem to be okay too. I did check that. Usually if you're going to get banged by that, it's usually within a couple hours, and we seem to be okay. So super huge thanks to the Scroll of Taiwu team there, because yeah, a lot of times what generally happens is it's not even necessarily the company that made the game. In fact, it's usually not. It's they give the rights to some other company to enforce, and that other company just goes crazy because they get a bounty for everything they can find. So they're usually super overzealous. We had that happen to us in, well, Disco Elysium and in Final Fantasy Tactics. Both of those were very annoying because they're games that really need their music. So it's not like you can turn them off. So super annoying either way. Hey, Don Arnold, how's it going? Hope you have a good Saturday, if it's Saturday where you're at. Yesterday, after I got off stream, I went over to refill my coffee again, and there were four juvenile squirrels out in my yard playing. I thought that was kind of funny, and I also was expecting a hawk to eat them because there's been hawks that have been eating my rabbits. So we'll see if we can avoid the fate of the squirrels today with Dihun Dun here. I love squirrels. Well, they're kind of just destructive little creatures, so I warned them. I said, you better not touch anything on the house or you gotta go. So we'll see if they abide by the pact or not. Last year, before I did that house repair thing, one of the things that they were doing was they were digging under my foundation, so they better not get started with that. Taroni says, quick question, does anyone know if the DLC for the game's in English? I added all the free DLC, and I don't seem to have any problems. I've seen posts that say it's okay, but the only one that I saw on there that seemed to have any real effect is the cricket one. And I've just held off until I see it's in English, so. But the free ones don't. I think the free ones are mostly just costumes. And I think we'll get those when we unlock our city. So I don't think that really even matters if it is or isn't in English. If somebody knows more info on that, I would be interested. You've got 2 dogs that eat everything in your yard. Yeah. I don't have any dogs. I have a hog wire fence around my perimeter. So I don't generally get dogs. I get tons of cats though. The squirrels and rabbits, they love that. Okay, let's jump into this. I don't want to waste too much time today. Somebody on Discord said that they were all translated, but not sure. Okay. If anyone actually has them and like can 100% in person confirm, that'd be appreciated, but that's the word on the street at the moment. Okay, as I mentioned, I did have to roll the month forward because I couldn't save what we had done. So we are trying to get the return the village to make a decision. No, we're not going to steal the boat. That's stupid. And we are where Hanyu Situ is. So we are looking for the herbs. We are kind of like meeting the locals, as it were. I guess since we're already in this square, let's go ahead and do an interaction here. Can I get... I can. Okay, what are we... I probably should slow down here. What are we doing? We have our circulation. Have we got key this month? Yeah. See, I didn't do anything. I just rolled the month. So I'm going to put some more nimble in here. I do have a little bit of knowledge about a fight we might have, so I'm just going to add a little bit of extra nimble. We'll be beyond where I've seen very, very soon. I have not played much beyond that in my test game. And our study. Apparently we have finished Register of Ancient and Recent Swords. That was the smithing one, right? Right, because we had kind of discovered that we already had read all of the fine art books. And I guess XP is XP, so it's not like I have crafting XP as a separate thing. I guess we could read this. This is the unorthodox Wudang Elixir Sword. I guess there's no reason not to read it. And then we probably want to change those books out. 60% because we have the other Wudang, and then I guess we'll lose Chant of Abundance. XP is XP, it's just one pool. Okay, yeah, good to know. Okay, let's hop into it then. Man, that music is so quiet. I'm gonna eat it for now. Okay, she said she would spar with us. Let's see if that is the case. It is. All right, we will do another spar. I figure getting a little bit of combat XP is probably a good thing in a relatively not dangerous situation. And we actually have our defensive thing equipped this time, so that might be handy. She apparently is faster than us. All right, we need to get our minute leap going here. People that are faster than you are very dangerous because if they can outrange you, there's just nothing you can do about it. They just stay completely out of range. Dodge was this. Yeah, please don't give me any actual wounds. You broke my hip. Now that I think about this, you broke my hip last time. Maybe we shouldn't be sparring. That's a little dangerous. Okay, I have my auto combat set up so that when they try to cast a skill, the game auto pauses. And I want to do that because to cast our defensive skill, we want to cast these when they're doing stuff. So we're going to immediately break and try to get our defensive skill up. And we do. Oh, save my hips. There we go. So I really like that setting. I think, yeah, it's not in this one. It's in the main settings screen under the auto combat, but I really suggest that. That's pretty much the only like real-time piece of combat that if you don't like real-time combat would be annoying. Before I found that setting, it was like I had to have my finger on the spacebar to pause. You're ready with your attack again? Holy moly. This is using these two resources, by the way. So this is Stance, casting physical martial arts, cost Stance, launching or sustaining a weapon attack, grant Stance, according to your Stance recover rate. And then we have Inhale, casting key martial arts, costs Inhale. Inhale recovers over time according to the Inhale recovery rate. So this isn't free, and I don't think, yeah, and our Wudang sword isn't either, so you can see it's in red. That's a really nice UI, actually. I like that. And then you want to turn that off, because when you're in those defensive things, you don't attack. So I also think I have a setting that if I just click this, it'll auto turn that off. Again, that's a setting I turned on in the settings. All right, my hips survived. Great. Very happy about that. Okay, gained a little bit of XP, gained a little bit of prestige. Cool. I lost. It's all right. It's all right. We'll talk. Can we share an insight? Do I have an insight to share? During the festival, there are beautiful youths everywhere, pursuing visitors to join them for a drink and giving away desserts for those who enjoy them. All right. Sure. I'll share that. I don't know how that system works. If I meet them, I'll gladly try some liquor and desserts. Engage in a conversation. All right. We had a great conversation. I don't know who told us that insight, but apparently we got that from somebody. Also, there's been a patch. I didn't see anything super changey, but they did say that they changed some of the NPC AI in that they should be a little more active and sociable, but they also warned that it might have some weird awkwardness while like the world adjusts because everything's so interconnected. So hopefully, because we're in the tutorial, we won't even see that, but we'll see. We'll see. Usually make my characters with a lot of move speed, specifically because I can outrange my opponent. Are you playing a ranged character? What weapon type you doing, Shinosuke? The new 1.0 UI is awesome. Dude, I was saying it yesterday. I already forgot him again. But Amplitude Studio, they did a space game and they're doing the second fantasy game. I don't know why I cannot remember their games. But anyways, this really, really reminds me of their UI. It's just really clean, really smooth, and like right-clicking to close things, but also for context menus. Endless series, thank you. Oh my goodness, I'm getting old. In the Endless series, yes, Endless Space and Endless Legend. Yes, it really reminds me of that. That Endless Space 1, when that came out, that UI blew my mind. It was so good, so good. I'm glad to see other people, I don't know if they were inspired by that, but like using the same style. Streamer brain, yeah. I always tell people I lose 30% of my IQ just right off the top the second I hit live. It's actually crazy. It probably comes from you're having to multitask like 100 things compared to normal. Honestly, the older UI in Alpha Beta had art style and had charm. I haven't seen it that much. I'm literally beyond my few hours of practice before we started stream. I've basically been in blind mode because I just really wanted the like experience of the game. Okay, so we're supposed to continue to pick herbs, and I do want to continue talking to other people. Let's make some effort on the herbs. We didn't really make a very strong tie on that. So we want to find squares, and these are, well, two different types of herbs. I need herbs for healing myself, and I also need herbs that are food. I wish pot herbs was I don't know. It's probably an accurate translation, but it's not helpful. She hurt my hip again still. Girl, seriously. My goodness. Okay, it's only in one external. I'm gonna just eat that and hope that we can regen that naturally. All right, I can see over here that there's 69 herbs. Nice. Let's come over here. Let's collect some herbs. I'd like to have at least like 100 so that if we do get wounded, I can heal myself. Ooh, and we found a Toxilla feather. Envenom refines. So sometimes when you're collecting stuff, you find like a rare good. I think that's what we're looking for the pot herbs that we're after. Still a lot of herbs here. Not bad. Okay, and over here has food. Let's try that one. $21. That is not impressive. Still 32 food. I'm looking for kind of some farm squares because I assume that that's probably where I would find it. That's a ton of jade. I don't think we care about jade though. Yeah, you need food for the Taoist. Yeah. I did not manage to do that in my test game. So I don't know. I'm just that unlucky, I suppose. Less than 100 is not a lot. Okay. I don't think there's a lot of places in this area that have 100, at least not that we've seen. I'm sure I would have called that out if we saw triple digits. Maybe they're just not the best farmers in this area. Yeah, you can see like here, fabric would have a maximum of 150. Woodlands has 46, also has some wood. Metal over there. My loot goblin instincts tell me I should harvest everything, but that is definitely not what we should be doing right now. Also, I didn't study this month, did I? I'm not gonna do that this time. We've already read through these books, and this one's not important. So we're gonna be a little lazy this month and casual, but I will run one circulation. And the reason I'm specifically doing that is I have really, really, really bad willpower recovery. So I get like 3 a month. So I don't want to run out all my willpower and then get into an encounter where I want to use willpower and not have any. So that's why I'm doing it that way. Again, kind of playing blind, so no idea if that's a good strategy or not, but that's what Dun's gonna do. He's a novice, he doesn't know any better. Okay, not particularly good. You're killing me, game. You're actually killing me. All right, try this one. The greed calls. Yep, it always does. Hey, David. Yeah, I've heard Wu Dang is a pretty good starter sect. Have you broke the 30 wins in Down with the Ship yet? I can't get there. If I have, it's been like once. I usually place in like the mid 20s to high 20s. I consider anything below 20 and Down with the Ship these days a bad run, so maybe that's my arrogance speaking, but that's usually where I've been landing. And do remember, if you're playing in ranked, as you go up in rank, it's going to be harder to get further, so just keep that in mind. Future will be able to attain aspirations. There's one that allows you to restore resources. Yeah, I do know of aspirations. I don't think, yeah, they're not unlocked for us yet, so nothing I can do about that. All right, I'm going to take the free liquor. Extra wood. You know what? I'm going to be weird and I'm going to collect some wood here because there's so much. Got some Chinese elm. Boy, these are absolutely terrible. There's got to be food here somewhere. That's the square I think he told us about, but it's empty. So that I definitely cleaned that one out. Because I thought maybe he was telling us where it actually was. Do you like cricket fights? I don't have a strong opinion on them yet. I mean, it's basically an insect Pokemon auto battler, so it's fine. Okay, here we go. Free foodstuffs. That's not what we're after, though. We're after that 70. Come on, pot herbs. Did we get it? Did we get it? No. No. That's a rabbit named Boar, like a man named Sue. Okay, let's pull that one again. I have heard that the boar and rabbit were switched on purpose as an in-joke. That's not a very good in-joke. People are going to continue to put in bug reports for that forever. I hope they're happy with that. Okay, jade. I'm not after the jade. Okay, there's food here. Wild fruit. Okay, that's kind of like herbs, right? Basically the same thing. Man, we are just failing like crazy. Okay, this direction has lots of farmland. I was just thinking that seems like, yeah. I don't know if that's true. I just read that when I was looking at something else. Okay, we got wheat. Okay, so we're in the right stuff. We're just incredibly unlucky. Yeah, things like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what you want to do. Maybe you're just happy that it's a funny joke to you, so you're okay with all those error reports that you're going to get. It just seems sloppy, though, in a 1.0 release. Foodstuff 61. I mean, we're getting tons built up. I'm not sure exactly if it's that particularly useful for us, but we are almost out of energy, so we're going to have to roll the month here. In fact, I think I'm just going to roll it right there. We did our study, we did our key. Do I have a breakthrough I want to do? Yes, there is. Okay, let's do that first. Okay, so we learned a lot about this yesterday. I don't think there's any surprises here per se. We'll do our breakthrough. Okay, so let's see if we can get lucky. Okay, here's our mechanism. Oh my goodness. That says altruism. I read it as autism. Sure. All right, 2 ingenuity over here would be a good start. Just a straight up 1. What does ingenuity do for me? Whoa. Clicked outside my window. Okay, ingenuity. Does that not show if I have this minimized? No, I don't know why that didn't show. Okay, that's really weird UI. That doesn't pull up unless it has room to show on the right-hand side. Okay. That's weird, but good to know. All right, breakthrough gets to connecting this node. For your next connection, you can select any ingenuity breakthrough. Okay, that actually is really good. Where's the other ingenuity? So we could basically teleport from here to here. Then we could get a normalization. Not useful, but not bad either. What was the other one that we really liked last time that I said, oh, that'd be good if we found it early? It was like inspiration or something? No. The further your current capacity is below half of max capacity, the higher the connection rate granted to the node and nodes around it. That kind of tells me I would want to get that early. So we start here, we teleport here, we head this way and try to get here by 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we definitely could do it. And then we circle down and around, pick this up, and then hop in. That seems okay. Boars from older times when almost every animal food has essentially a rabbit icon, if I remember correct. Okay. Doubtfully unlucky. Who could have foreseen that? Yeah. It's being super unlucky, but also super greedy. Not exactly the best combination for sure. Great for a wuxia character, though. I mean, the mistake of starting your first VOD at 3 a.m. It ended at 7 a.m. But it did sell me on the game. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm sorry for your sleep. Which preset did we choose? I modified Sword Villa, is what I did. Just a little bit of tweaks here and there. All right, let's do this. Ingenuity. Okay, good. We didn't fail. Oh, there were more ingenuities than we could see, which we kind of knew that was a thing. Okay, that makes ingenuity a little bit better even than I thought. We could actually go this way and pick that up easier. Then we just swing around and then we swing down and then in. I think that's fine. We can get 1 here with 69, and if we fail, we'll grab that one with 100. We could get some lunacy. Connecting nodes all grant normal nodes around it to... No. Connecting this node grants all normal nodes around it to transform into special breakthrough nodes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Increase turns all special nodes into normal. Or we could get clarity, which reveals hidden nodes. Honestly, I think I would rather have clarity. Okay, that wasn't super good, but I think that had good value. Okay, ambition. Diligence. Decreases the connection rates of breakthrough nodes by 50%, but grants power cap +2 and becomes connectable again in the future. 7, 8, 9, 10. If we fail, then we'll just take the 100%. We didn't fail. Take the 100%. Silence. Connecting this node grants max capacity +3, but reduces the power cap of all adjacent nodes to 0. I think I'd rather just get the 3 here. Okay, come on. Ambition. Okay, good. All right, we're at 10, so we're at the halfway point. This node's connection rate decreases by 30%, but connecting it does not consume max capability or deviation cap. Upon connecting, transform one random adjacent normal node into a fixation node. Okay, so you can kind of get like a domino effect to travel somewhere. If we get that, it doesn't cost me anything. Okay. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that seems relatively safe. Let's just... Okay. Okay. Whew. I won't lie, I was sweating a little there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if we fail that, we go that way and be very sad because we're not going to succeed. Okay, this is getting a little sketchier. Altruism. Power cap +1 to all adjacent. Okay, I can't say no to that. Okay, we could try a fixation run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm running out of points here though. No. Stay on target. Okay, and then I'm gonna... Whoops. I always right click to open that node for some reason. All you have to do is hit continue to get back in there. It's left click to open this, right? Yeah, left click. All right, I'm not gonna go crazy on this. Usage requirements being lowered is kind of nice, but I don't know how valuable my experience is, but I'm definitely losing experience. So I'm gonna go cheap on this. We're just gonna put 500. Okay, so we have 3 grabs. Does concentration do anything? Max capacity doesn't really change anything for me. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take our victory. Nice. Okay, I think that went pretty good. Remember, it's XCOM %. Yeah, that's XCOM, baby. Sword Villa is nice, pretty clear and set. Yeah, that's kind of what I picked from my light research. It was between them and Wudang or Shaolin were like the 3 I saw kind of suggested as good for beginners. I wanted something that had a clear progression and that I could read the combat, because the combat can get really flashy and crazy. And if I can't understand why I'm losing, I can't fix the problem. So I figure if I can stab people with swords and then not get stabbed, that's pretty good. You were asking for it by calling it safe, yeah. Mechanism nodes don't consume capacity. Okay, that's good to know. I do need to try to give myself a little bit of buffer though, because if you go to the wire and then you fail that one, then we have bad times. Okay, I'm very happy with how that turned out. Yeah, he's very happy. There we go. Okay, so one thing, if I change these, this changes the cost of the skill, right? So if I start having problems with stance or with breathing, I could come in here and fiddle with my skills a little bit. Right now, it looks like these are both the same at 50%. YouTube failed me. I told it to notify me when the stream started. I got nothing. Don't trust YouTube. If you really want to make sure you get notified, join my Discord. 15 minutes or so before I go live in my announcement channel, I do an @everyone, so you'll get a Discord ping. And if you want to hang out on Discord, don't want to get pinged, just mute the announcement channel. I don't ping anywhere else. Because yeah, YouTube is terrible. They just, I don't know. I don't understand why you can't get that to work. Okay, let's roll the month. Yeah, let's roll the month. We can keep that extra energy, so hopefully my hip heals. You can adjust a few fight settings so the enemy cast. Yep, yeah, we already talked about that in the combat we had a little bit earlier. I have that setting on right now. I have that. I have the auto basic attack thing on right now. That day, dawn has yet to break. The sun remains hidden, with a lone moon and scattered stars faintly visible. Dihun Taiwu is still deep in slumber. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rises from the small village outside the valley. Then, crashing walls and splintered roofs, the roar of destruction and flames burst into the sky. Am I forever herbless? Leap up in shock. I'm literally 0 for 2 for finding herbs. Sure, why not? All right, so we want to get over here. 8.2. All right, no, let's run there. We heard shouting and screaming. That's not a good sign. Can I? What are we running for our vehicle? Let me just make sure we're in travel mode. So we have the wheelbarrow, which is travel cost minus 10, or the bamboo sled, which is also 10. Okay. No change. Run. I'm coming. What's going on? Discord never works for me. Oh, that sucks. Do I look slightly less CRT today, Broad? I fiddled with the settings a little bit. I forgot that red shirt I wore, and this one too, actually. The camera doesn't like this color. It's like digital camouflage. But I did a couple little tweaks, so I should be a little less grainy. I think it's also because... Sorry, I'm getting distracted here, but if I was giant, I'm less grainy. I think it's just because I'm shrinking the camera that much that it's doing that. It is what it is. You'll just have to enjoy the 80s vibe. To be fair, Overwhelm sending out millions of notifications isn't nothing. I mean, I guess that's true, but they pushed the stupid bell thing so dang hard. I never push that because that annoys the heck out of me. I personally would prefer to be pinged on Discord, so maybe that's just a me thing. Okay, Burning Hamlet. Burning Hamlet. Flames ravage the area and howls and cries still resound. Someone still inside the hamlet. Search for survivors in the village. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Everything's on fire, yo. Old Taoist ferocious beast. Guaoyan and Anyu. The village was already glowing red in the firelight. Braving the flames, Dun Taiwu charges into the inferno. From afar, Dun Taiwu spots a man and a beast locked in fierce combat outside the old Taoist thatch hut. By the time Dun Taiwu reaches the area, the fight has grown even more brutal. In a flash, the two are already clashing further down the path. Pursue at once. Okay, so... Senior... Can I do anything there? The old Taoist thatch hut is about to be set ablaze. Okay, so Anyui or Gaoyan. I think we're gonna check on him. He was kind of slow, so maybe he's gonna get caught in the fire. Let's help him out. I didn't think of this before, but in this mode and in our pictures, none of us have legs. This would be right up Slice's alley. He hates legs. Dun Taiwu then rushes to the ruins of a collapsed house. When Anayu is digging on the ground with his hands, tears streaming down his face, sobbing as he tries to save someone. Yeah, remember me talking about not wanting to use up all my willpower? Calm him down. So there are events that need specific stats. In some of the events we basically had an open field where we could kind of pick what we wanted to spend, but some of them are specific. So we need to be really careful with our bad stats and only use them when we have to, in my opinion. Hey, White Rabbit, good to see you. Not too sure about this game, but loving your Shadow Empire content. Just dropping in to say hi. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. There's literally hundreds of hours of different Shadow Empire runs, so that'll keep you busy for a bit if you're just getting started on those. These games get a little tropey sometimes. I mean, that's the genre, though, right? I mean, that's like, I don't know, complaining that there's like wizards and elves in Western fantasy. You can't die. I have to save you. For some reason. And Anayu seems possessed, frantic, raving like a madman. Dun Taiwu barely manages to stop him from clawing at the earth, but calming him down is another matter entirely. In the midst of the chaos, the Fuyu hilt bursts from Dun Taiwu's robes and lands firmly in his hands. Use the Fuyu hilt to the rescue. Dun Taiwu swings the Fuyu hilt hard against Anayu's head, and Anayu immediately faints. We just clock him in the head, knock him out. No choice but to help him to safety. Dun Taiwu couldn't quite understand why the Fuyu hilt suddenly leaps into hand, but the situation is dire. The old Taoist and the beast are already fighting from a distance, leaving no time to wonder about anything else. Pursue at once. All right. Before I pursue it once, let's go see who this other... I think this is the rude guy. Yeah. Dihun Taiwu catches up near the wrecked ox cart, only to find Gu Yun clutching a stone to his chest, already consumed by the flames, his life extinguished, unlike the flames. All right, well, he's got weird, evil purple aura, and he burned to death in the fire. I like that they have the little model fall over. Nice detail. Dihun Taiwu dashes forward, following closely behind. As dawn broke, the figure of the beast becomes clearer. And it is neither a ghost nor a stranger, but I'm pretty sure that says her name. Hang on. I got lazy and I didn't turn on my lens this morning because we weren't having problems yesterday. Let me just double check that. Yeah, that's Situ. Yeah, again, this is just sloppy, guys. Like, how was this not caught in QA? So you got to fix those up. I want to be able to say that we have the absolute best translation of any of the cultivation games. So you got to fix it. That literally, I think the problem is it's not tied like hot linked into her file. Alarmed and concerned, the old Taoist and Situ fight fiercely at the cliff's edge above the dark river. Though trapped with no way out, their battle only grows more intense. Situ attacks with reckless desperation, while the old Taoist defends fiercely, but was clearly struggling. Let's look towards Situ. Situ looks like a demon incarnate. Her face is twisted in rage, streaked with blood and tears. Every strike is wild and desperate, as if all reason has abandoned them. Look at the old Taoist. The old Taoist is covered in wounds, but kept dodging without launching a single attack. No wonder, with such a vast difference in skill, the two are locked in a desperate struggle. Save them. Seeing the old Taoist only defending and not attacking, Dihun Taiwu's heart burned with anxiety and charged forward, ready to help. Suddenly, the old Taoist shouted urgently, "Don't come any closer! Situ has fallen into deviation. Your Fuyu hilt hasn't fully recovered its power. You won't win this. Run while you still can." Deviation? Power? How do you even know I have the Fuyu hilt? For heaven's sake, when I tell you to run, you run! Didn't the Hermit of the Valley tell you anything before he naming you Taiwu? The old Taoist barely finishes his sentence before nearly being struck again by Situ. What Hermit of the Valley? Watch out, Taoist! I've been avoiding the world for 70 years. Looks like today, I'll be leaving my life behind right here. Situ strikes again after missing the first strike. The Taoist, with no strength left, already gasping his final breaths, too weak to dodge. He swings his sleeve with his last strength, sending Situ flying. Just then, Situ landed throat first on a jagged rock, sharp as a spearhead. Taoist, it's a hopeless fight. The possessed would never die so easily. I only wanted to keep you here to prevent you from leaving the valley and being harmed by the demons, alas. Yeah, I kind of thought that. I thought we were sent on a wild goose chase. True to his words, the old Taoist could finish. Situ, whose throat was already pierced by sharp stone, indeed leapt to its feet. Flabbergasted. Karma never forgets. This is my fate. Taoist.
The old Taoist muttered under his breath, then suddenly spread his arms wide, channeling his true chi through his entire body. Before Taiwu could react, he had already leapt into the air, taking the possessed one and plunging down towards the dark river at the base of the mountain.
Oh, that was shorter than I thought it was going to be. I grabbed my coffee. Whoops. The old man stole our boat. I mean, it wasn't our boat, but he was supposed to loan it to us. Old men should not steal boats. Well, remember he lost it in a cricket duel with himself. WWE old Taoist. Dihun Taiwu is in a storm of confusion. Fear, doubt, and sorrow all surged at once. Watching the old Taoist sacrifice himself to vanquish evil, Dihun Taiwu feels a deep, piercing grief. Why has Situ fallen into deviation? What is deviation? The old Taoist words are cryptic and hard to grasp, and everything is filled with dread and uncertainty. Head to the hidden river and find the old Taoist. Hey, I just realized we don't have amnesia. We played so many games lately where we have amnesia. Everything's coming up Dune. I guess this is the other trope, though. Raised by a grandpa in the middle of the wilderness, so essentially you also don't have any memories. Shocked and sorrowful, Dihun Taiwu stumbles towards the hidden river. Soon, at a shallow spot by the hidden mountain river, Dihun Taiwu finds the old Taoist lying there. Hurry and support the old Taoist. Kind one, I owe you my life. I've lived these extra 70 years. Never thought I'd see you again before the end. Don't go back out there, please. The world out there doesn't deserve someone as good as you. As Dihun Taiwu pulls the old Taoist onto the riverbank, the elder coughs up blood, clutching Dihun Taiwu's hand tightly as he speaks in a faint, dazed voice. Just as Dihun Taiwu's about to channel his true ki to save him, the old Taoist closes his eyes and draws his final breath. The sun rose in the east, while the river below remained dark and cold. Dihun Taiwu laid the old Taoist to rest beside the riverside, then held the fuyu hilt in hand, studying it a long time. Though Dihun Taiwu still didn't understand its powers, Dihun Taiwu was certain of one thing. Foster father's disappearance and the Taoist sacrifice were deeply connected to this mysterious object. Thinking of this, Dihun Taiwu wiped away his tears. The answers to those unsolvable mysteries must lie within this item. I have to find my foster father as soon as possible to ease the burden in my heart. Revenue's about to drop 30% because we lost our waifu. Oh no. My pennies. Encounter completed. Dihun Taiwu stands in silence for a long time without speaking. Return to the village and find the boat. Wasn't it a wooden boat? Didn't it possibly burn? Oh, we also apparently buried Yan Guao. Okay, we need to go get our boat. Zoom in a little. I'll take my freebie. And actually, I'm going to stop here. I realized we didn't actually interact with this, which I should have, just to show it. Today, Dihun Taiwu comes upon Chuxing Sichu's grave. So this was Sichu's sister that she killed. A few graves can be seen on this gentle slope where people who come to visit have left incense. All right, I'm not going to spend any of our stuff. I don't think we're going to be raiding any tombs. We'll take our leave. I don't think Dune is that kind of guy, or at least not yet. I don't think I need it yet, Mateus. If I do, you can let me know. We're almost to the point that I have played at. So. Dihun Taiwu goes back to the small village outside the valley. The fire has long since died out. After a thorough search, you find a little boat. Having sustained little injury, but not a single soul remains in the village. Recalling all that happened here, you feel as if waking from a dream. We got our sturdy boat. Okay, over here, we have the possessed. Let's go see what is up with being possessed. Kill, kill, kill. At some point, the figure, Huanyu Sichu, has crawled back from the hidden mountain river and now lingers nearby. The throat once pierced by sharp stone is somehow fully healed, though its movements no longer match the swiftness and agility it had when fighting the old Taoist. Around it gathers another group of grotesque figures. Hanyu Sichu! Dihun Taiwu tries to speak to Hanyu Sichu, but the person ignores him completely, repeatedly only the word kill. Meanwhile, those strange, twisted figures begin to turn their heads, looking as if they're about to lunge at Dihun Taiwu. Dihun Taiwu looks at them. They're not quite human, not quite ghost. They could be lost spirits of the mountain wild? Take the initiative and banish evil. All right. Let me get some coffee. Prepare yourself. The first time we're really fighting a possessed person. All right. And they actually have support in combat. We have no friends. We are both maidenless and friendless. Bad times. Okay, let me pause right away. So, yeah, our stats are looking a lot better, I'm gonna say, although not ideal. Yeah, we are almost as nimble Okay, what's he have? Aggro. Temporarily boosts the main combatant's force, perception, dexterity, and sway. Attack. Okay, so he can actually attack me. Encourage. Increases the cast progress of the main combatant's martial art. That's dangerous. And ×2. Okay. All right, here we go. We know she was a little faster than us before. I think we're going to start off right away with our movement skill so that she can't get out of range. Let's do it. Oh, good start. Good start. Okay, we have our skill. Come on, come on. Skill again. We get 2 of our skills off really quick, and then we have a long cooldown period while we do a bunch of hacks. Okay, she's gonna be doing her skill. Okay, good. I was gonna say I need to save up so that we can do an iron skin if we need it. Yeah, if I wasn't having the auto pause, I probably would play at half speed just to make sure I had the reaction time with my old man reactions. Ow. Okay, we're getting a... Let's actually pause for a sec. Oh. Wow. I hit pause to pause the game the second it auto paused, and now we're gonna get hit. Son of a gun. I wanted to come look at our injuries, but you know what? Let's look at our energies here in about 3 seconds. Yeah, it's too late to cast this now. Son of a gun. All right. That sucks. What timing? Okay, so what did we end up with there? We have midsection injury of 4. We have a left arm injury and a midsection. Okay, that's actually not too bad because our Wudang sword, I believe, only needs arms. Left arm, right arm. Left arm, or no, left leg, right leg. And I guess doesn't need a body part. Okay, we kind of lucked out on what got hit there. That really sucks. That was horrible timing. That was horrible timing. Yeah, and as you can see, this is by far the hardest we've ever fought. Normally they're like right here for that. All right. Well, now we have a whole bunch of stats. We can actually do our attack again. Is the midsection pelvis or above? So can I pull up injuries in this screen? Yeah. So there's midsection and then there's torso. So midsection is like your abs, like torso and abs, and then no, is like your abs and pelvis, and then torso is like above your abs up to your neck. We have 4 external injuries and 3 internals. Jeez. We're lucky that that's what got hit. That's all I'll say. At least we haven't lost combat effectiveness particularly. All right, let's hopefully not have another oops here. She should have a skill pretty soon. She has all of her things. Again, one of my few complaints is these need to be translated. Okay, I didn't unpause at the wrong time this time. Get our defensive skill up. That's why it was really important when we built the character to have that cast speed, in my opinion. All right, we're looking for a Wudang. I would say we are winning pretty decently. Pretty decently. Also, I do have this menu here for pinpoint strikes. I'm kind of waiting for 1 more point before I use it, so I'm gonna wait till we build up to 3. Misfortune scales were free, they said. Yeah. We're also gonna run out of stamina for our movement skill pretty soon. Oh my goodness, she's already ready to do another one? Okay, well, we have enough. By the way, if you don't have this skill, this is not a fun fight. Ask me how I know. Okay, I don't need to turn this off, I don't think, until I'm ready to do a skill. And then I have this thing set so it auto turns off. Okay, we have 3 pinpoint. Let's pinpoint. Okay, so in the pinpoint menu, we can pick what we want to hit. We can pick how we want to hit with, and then we have different options. So openings, when a pinpoint strike causes damage to an energy, it creates an opening. The level of opening increases the weapon's consumption of base strike power. We have sealed acupoint. So this will kind of like disable it. So it, like I wouldn't want to do it on the torso. I probably want to wound her arms or her legs. What are you sitting on? Torso, midsection, leg, arm, arm. Torso, midsection, left arm, right arm. Okay. Right leg is completely uninjured. Maybe let's try to do that. So right leg. And then here's another piece of feedback. If these aren't going to be translated, I need to be able to mouse over these on this screen because I need to pick the one that I need to cast my Wu Dang. So these are our weapon attacks. So we do stab, upswing, upswing, stab, and then double hack. So I guess it should be either or. Well, I guess we'll do a stab. I'm pretty sure we need a stab and an upswing to do our Wu Dang elixir sword. And I think... I guess this only cost me one. No, let's do an opening on that. And then we can do another one. So she has an opening now, which will do extra damage. We'll continue to hit that leg, and we'll do an upswing. Oh, that does cost 2. Okay, never mind. I don't want to do that yet then. We'll wait for that second one to charge. Oh, oh, oh. Almost got me. Almost got me. Get our defensive skill up. Man, if I hadn't unpaused at that bad time, we would be rocking this combat. That is so unfortunate. Okay, I gotta let my stamina recharge before I turn my movement skill back on. All right, please hit. Please hit really hard. I'm just catching up on chat here. It's usually better to do pinpoint on a damaged limb unless you specifically want to use the seal. Fool babble twice, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, look at that. She's just at the edge of my ability to catch up. I'm gonna wait for full stamina, and then we're gonna get our skill going. Yeah, that's super dangerous. If she can outrange you, you're dead. She'll never let you get into range. All right, come on, come on. And then I think we're gonna pause. All right, so here, what do I have? Upswing, 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 stab, hack, hack. Okay, so I can't do this because I don't have enough stance. Okay, so that's moot point. Where are your injuries? Right arm, left arm. Okay, the arms are pretty wounded. Left leg. Okay, so right leg still doesn't have an internal injury. I'm gonna go ahead and pinpoint. I said left leg, right? No, right leg. Right leg. I want to do an opening. Nope, she's out of range. Oh, did I use that up and I didn't get my attack? Cheeky. Oh, wow. Okay, I was almost ready to click that again, and she's already doing another skill on me. I am so salty that I had that bad unpause moment. We would be so good if I hadn't had that happen. Also, because she wants to run away, I need to get her to like 3 meters so that when I run out of stamina, she can't do that to me again. Come on. Okay, close. Maybe the next one will do it. And I have enough for my defense. Okay, good. Okay, so we're getting a lot of inhale. Maybe we could change the cost of our defense to use more inhale and less stance. Just food for thought. 10 formulas of the Veil Scar. Using her assassin skills on me. And I guess there's no reason to turn this off until we're ready to do our skill. Because that does help a little bit with those auto attacks. All right, come on, come on. Oh, so close. Okay, what if we did a pinpoint? And I wanted to do the right leg, let's do a stab and create an opening. Okay. Here, yes. I missed that the first time in my practice game, so I ended up having to do that fight 3 times. Pro tip, the possessed don't heal themselves, so the fights do get a little easier. Yeah, needless to say, that was incredibly hard. I also didn't have my defensive skill. Yeah. And even with our defensive skill, we just got absolutely brutalized. Yeah, look at this. We gained 966 XP. Most of the fights we've done have been like 50 to 100. So that just shows you how much harder this was. 116 prestige. I don't know what favor is, but we got 100 of it. Kill, kill, kill. Dihun Taiwu looks at the nameless monster, having already crumbled to ash. Sichu remains deranged, as if possessed, wild and erratic, eyes vacant and soulless. In that dazed moment, the Fuyu hilt suddenly leaps to Dihun Taiwu's chest. Scenes from earlier, when he helped heal villagers, flash through Dihun Taiwu's mind like lightning. Attempt to subdue them with the Fuyu hilt. Dihun Taiwu grips the Fuyu hilt again and strikes a heavy blow against the back of Sichu's head. Sichu collapses on the spot, unconscious. Help them up and continue treatment. Dihun Taiwu believes he can subdue them, especially with the Fuyu hilt in hand. Even if Sichu lashes out again, he feels no fear. With that in mind, he begins treating the wounds with full attention. After a while, Sichu suddenly cries out, eyes flaring open like waking up from a nightmare, and asks repeatedly, "Why am I here? Why am I here?" Give a brief account of what happened. Upon hearing this, Sichu lets out a long sigh and speaks with sorrow. So, no enemies came for me, and no sisters turned against one another. I tried to stop my fellow disciples from killing Qingxi, but ended up injuring the Taoist by mistake. If you hadn't insisted on saving me, I'd still be a monster, neither a man nor a ghost. Qingxi, could it be? I was asleep when my sect mates barged in, saying they had found Qingxi's whereabout and asked me to go with them. She's my blood sister and their assassination target. There's no way I'd let them kill her. In the chaos, I broke an oil lamp and set the place on fire. I had no choice but to flee. I had to reach her first so I could kill her before they did. So what the possessed sees is vastly different than from what others see. So when she was fighting the Taoist, she thought she was trying to kill her sister, basically, and she started the fire. I was desperate, but I couldn't catch up. Then, a divine light fell from the heavens, so bright I couldn't open my eyes. Warmth filled my body, and my heart felt still and quiet. Qingxi, fellow disciples, betrayal of our sect, none of it seemed important anymore. And when I opened my eyes, I saw you. You were not in your right mind, and still had such vivid hallucinations? It was no illusion. Sichu shakes her head firmly and says, "The Taoist died because of me. I no longer have any ties to this place. If you do not mind, might I follow you to repay my debt of saving my life?" Overwhelmed with joy. There you go. Favor is her favorability rating, kind of pointless because she's already maxed. But for a character that's not, they like you. Okay, I see. Companion obtained. All right, so, perfect. When traveling the world, journeying alongside others is often beneficial. During interaction, you may attempt to invite eligible characters to be your companions. By assessing companions as support companions, they provide assistance in battle. So we can go here. We can select her. So now we can see a few more stats. Principled, depressed. She's devoted. She's trusting. Her reputation is obscure. So she's assigned here. And then I also can talk to her by clicking that. So if we want to do all the interactions, I don't want to do any right now. And then I also can look at her character sheet now. So now that we have a companion. Is this wife? I don't think we're gonna take the sister murderer as our wife. We'll see where the road takes us, but that is not currently the plan. All right, so she has traits, obviously. So she has the Veil Scar cultivation. That was her assassin sect. Also, apparently I did a really good job healing her because we brutalized her in that fight. She has a string of prayer bleeds, pig month born, still top heavy, particular skeleton, tenacious and merciless heart. Okay, so nothing changed there. Look at key. Okay, so I can actually assign key. That's interesting. Martial loadout. So what does she have? Veil Scar Swiftblade, a dexterity base, which we kind of saw that, right? And she is of the heterodox mind. Okay, I don't think that's too important for me to understand. 100 chi pole. 100 chi pole is a footwork used by Veilscar disciples when jumping on the 100 chi poles and performing martial arts. Because cultivation is extremely dangerous, only those who are free from distracting thoughts and fear of death can practice it. So it makes our movement interval faster, gives us extra movement speed and extra attack. And that's practice effects. Okay, for my know it people, is practice effects mean if I read the book or learn the skill, I get those forever? And then, of course, the cast effects are when I actually use the skill? Or the practice effects, when you have it equipped in a slot, you get those bonuses? And what else do you have? Oh, she did have a defensive skill. I guess because she was crazy, she didn't try to use it. The method for Cosmic Barrier connects hundreds of acupoints inside one's body so they complement each other like the twinkling stars in the sky, aiding one in drawing ki in the most unfortunate moments and turning the tide of battle. So we have a bunch of practice effects. Shinosuke does not have an answer for that. Okay. I should have had a notepad open so I could write questions down. Take note of that for me. I'll post that somewhere so I can get an answer. Because like on this one, we have a lot of practice effects. So if those are just like passive points, it would be really good to get this, right? Whenever the total number of openings on the user body is at least 7, all of them are removed without triggering any effects. Ooh, that's kind of nice being able to remove. Yeah, that's kind of nice. More than 9,000 says, ask me anything. I finished the game 4 times. Okay, here's my question, More. What is practice effects versus cast effects? I assume cast effects mean if I have the skill active, that's what it does. Is practice effects just passive points? And do I need to have the skill equipped to get them? Or do I just need to know the skill to get them? So is this a game where I should learn every martial art that has a practice effect? Or do I only need to fill out my slots? So we look at me. I don't have very good slots right now. Most of mine are apparently in Annihilation. That's not great, is it? Yeah, that's cast effects. So I do have some practice effects here. All right, I'll be paying attention if you have an answer for that. Otherwise, I'll do some research later. Okay, so she's in our party. Okay, I didn't actually get the thing I wanted to see there, though. I want to see... Nope, not that screen. I want to see the screen where I can see what her combat skill is. Don't remember where I can see that. Not there, obviously. Not there, obviously. So just like those enemies, they also do skills during combat. I can't remember where you can see that. I guess it's moot at the moment. Go into detail mode on max, it should show you. Okay. So we look at our skill here. Detail mode. So this gives us wound resilience on our legs, has usage requirements, movement interval, usage requirements. Okay, so none of those, unfortunately, none of that answers that question. Oh, also, we learned from that fight we probably should change our ratio on this one. Okay, I can't do it here. Is that on breakthrough maybe? All right, so I want this thing to use a bunch of internal. Yeah, okay, so I guess I slide this way. That's a little counterintuitive to me. It seems to want to stop there for some reason. Maybe that's the maximum I can swing it. I want this to use a bunch of internal because we ran out of external. At least if I'm understanding this correctly. The higher the technique's physical martial ratio, the more it tends to consume stance, right? So I want to use less stance and I want to use more internal, if I understand that correctly. When you get more key arts, you unlock more options to add martial arts. I usually finish the game in other languages, so I'm not familiar with the English. Okay. In attainment. Put the sword art to external since that seems to be its damage. Yeah, and then we can do the opposite here. So we make this one use a bunch of external and less internal. We'll try those ratios. That way I can always, because we had some moments where if I had done this, I wouldn't have been able to defend myself. And like we saw, maybe that was a happy little accident. By not defending, we would have been brutalized in that fight. Let me tell you. The first time I did that, I think I had like 20 injuries. It was ridiculous. It was horrible. And we can die. I don't think we necessarily have death protection. Skyra says, just started the game. Any idea how to catch crickets without them escaping? When they're chirping, you want to see the big sound waves, and you want to click when the wave is at its biggest before it fades away. And every time you fail, I think you get affinity with crickets, which makes it easier to catch them. By what I understand, there's no skill involved. Like, I kept thinking I need to do something once I clicked. I don't think that's the case. Oh, hey, I got another question for you. There's a setting here, that says executions. I have them turned on. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't remember where that shows that, but it was something I turned on. Is that good to have, or should I not have executions on? I worry about killing too many NPCs, a la Tale of Immortal. Affinity cricket level 100, you are a cricket. The optional is fight with internal, way as it regenerates itself. Stance on the other hand, you have to hit them. Yeah. Okay, we have finished what we want to do in this valley. Now we're looking to leave. Okay, we have something dangerous over there. We're not going to go see what that is. We're going to get out of here. Let's go via this route because there's something I can pick up. It's XP. Just in case I didn't make this clear, when we're doing our breakthroughs, every time I click, we're spending XP. So it's really important that we get lots of that so that we never have problems doing breakthroughs when we want to do them. Another month, sure. The tile injured me, interesting. Oh, I didn't even look at my wounds, hang on. I probably should do that. Okay, actually considering, I feel like we got out of that pretty well. Yeah, we got out of that pretty well. Character avatar, okay, so that's not what I want. I keep clicking that to try to get to a different menu. All right, so somebody said check attainment here for her. No, that's still not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for what she's going to do in combat as a support character. I can't seem to remember what screen that's on. All right, and then here, we probably should heal ourselves at least a little bit. So we have one internal injury. Actually, hold on. No, we shouldn't do it this way. I want to do medical care. All right, which one of us is the better doctor? I am by far. She's good at poisons. Okay, so medical. I'd like to heal myself. I don't have enough herbs. She could do detox on us. So if I had 60 herbs, we could heal ourselves. All right, we'll try to pick up some herbs while we move around. I should have been checking that. I guess we also could use medicine. What do I have? Okay, that's a tier 5. I don't want to use a tier 5. That's a tier 6. Okay, tier 9. During duration, randomly heal an external injury on month advance. Randomly heal 1 external injury of severity 3. Okay, so I messed this up last time. So this is 1 external injury of severity 2. Am I saying that correctly? I misunderstood what that had meant before. I thought this was 2 separate injuries that each had their own severity, but I don't think that's the case. Okay, I'll check that here in a second, Shinosuke. I'm a little less concerned about our externals. Okay, let's look at our internal. We have 1 snake gall. Okay, I think I do want to heal this. I don't like running around with those. Yeah, so we'll consume 1 snake gall, but I'm gonna let the rest try to heal naturally. / we'll pick up some herbs and heal. They are 2 separate injuries. There's no injury severity. Well, there definitely is, because this talks about external injury of severity 3. I think the way this works is this is 1 external injury of severity 2. I think that's how that's working. Again, I could be wrong about that though. Okay, and then Shinosuke said her under attainment. Go into part character on her. At the bottom it says support actions. Where I was. That where I was at the character sheet. Okay. Unfortunately, not communicating in real time. Anytime you have to give directions to a streamer, it's incredibly hard. Okay, here. Oh, yes. Thank you, Shinosuke. Yes, thank you. All right, support action. This is what I wanted to know. So these are the things that I think they... No, you can trigger these yourselves, but I think I have them turned on auto. So she will try to attack the enemy, she'll try to distract the enemy, and she'll give us encouragement. Increases the cast progress of our martial art. Prevents the enemy from using support. Can attack. Okay, there we go. Thank you. I moused over it twice. Of course I did. Of course I did. Yes, please be patient. I'm a streamer. Dihun Taiwu returns to the village outside the valley to the riverside. He spots a lone figure kneeling before the Taoist grave. Drawing near, Dihun Taiwu realizes it's Ennui. Taoist, you said that by doing good deeds, one can live peacefully for a long time, but you saved people and they betrayed you. I saved people and they betrayed me. So should we save people and do good deeds in the future? Approach Ennui. Seeing Dihun Taiwu approaching, Ennui bitterly smiles, stands up and bows deeply to Dihun Taiwu. Thank you for saving my life. You escaped death, yet you seem like a completely different person. Back when the village caught fire, I wandered into the black stone hell, lost in a haze of dark mist. If you hadn't slashed it open with that sword and rescued me, I'd have buried myself alive. You were not in your right mind, and yet you still had such vivid hallucinations? It was no illusion. Ennui shakes his head firmly and says, now that the Taoist has perished, I have no ties to this place. If you do not mind, might I follow you to repay my debt for saving my life? Overwhelmed with joy! All right, we have two friends. We got the murderer and the sad guy. What a trio. Ennui is just about to set off when Situi steps down beside Dihun Taiwu and says sternly, the village was attacked and we all survived thanks to Dihun Taiwu. When you roam the martial worlds from now on, remember this. There are still many cruel people out there who'd love to use you as a scapegoat. Sichu has gone through much, but remains as who she always was. Had this happened before, Ennui would have turned beet red, unsure what to say. But now, still steeped in mourning for the Taoist, he only lets out a sigh and remains silent. Who knows how they'll get along from now on. All right, let's add him. I don't think that was the right button. Select all. There we go. And then let's look at his, nope, not that screen. Let's look at his skill. Defend. Blocks enemy attacks from the main combatant with a reinforced protection martial art. He can encourage, and he has aggro. Temporarily boosts the main combatant's force, precision, dexterity, and sway. Okay, that's pretty good. Did the kid get out? I don't know. I don't know. We haven't seen him. We didn't see a body either, though. We saw the body of the Taoist, and we saw the body of the noble guy. Situ is 16. Let's see. I am 17. She's also 17. We've been dinking around in this valley for like a year. Yeah. All right, Hidden River. Item, I assume we need the boat. We need the boat. Take a small boat downstream through the valley's dark river. Confirm. Sturdy boat. Dihun Dun saw the underground river before him, swift in its run. Waves rolling, the waters wide. It seemed there was no crossing save the boat. So Dihun Dun took hold of the gunwale and leapt lightly into the boat. Look towards the two riverbanks, carefully examine. Let's carefully examine. In the small boat, there's only a long bamboo pole for punting. If Dihun Dun would go ashore, the pole must be driven into the silt at the bottom several feet deep. Then, line tied off the boat resting against the pole and stopping a while. Yet the current was strong, and this could not hold the boat for long, or it would drift away with the flow. Do my best. This is the end. I missed it. The undercurrent ran swift, dangerous past all reading. One must climb aboard the boat before it drifts away with the flow. So crossing the underground river to the far shore. I see. Dihun Dun saw the underground river before him, swift in its run. Okay, we read that. Let's look at the two sides. Treasure hides on both sides of the riverbank. I see. I'm already aware. Push off and go. Okay, the boat is moored at the bank. Okay, so go ashore and explore. Okay, so this is the last thing I have any experience with. Everything from here on out will be new to me. So we can actually hop off the boat and grab some stuff, but the boat's gonna keep moving. So we have to make sure we get on the boat before it gets too far away. So treasures, please. The wooden chest had sunk into the mire. Dihun Dun drew near and looked, finding its fine make and rich material. Surely all kinds of well-off household uses to store its best things. How come it drifts here? None could say. Perhaps it ought to be opened and looked into. Dihun Dun lifted the lid and saw many useful things. Sheltered in the wooden chest, they're still in good condition. Got some rope and some soul dew. That's key recovery. Okay. Hidden River Bush. Okay, nothing I can do with that. Rope tells us that we can capture prisoners with ropes. How scared do I need to be of a river python? No idea. How wounded am I still? A little wounded. A little wounded. I want that treasure, though. Give me that treasure. Open the chest. At least they can drink at 17. She was drinking at the grave when we met her when she was 16, so I guess old enough to kill your sister, old enough to drink. Dihun Dun lifted the lid and saw within many useful materials. Sheltered in the wooden chest, they are still in good condition, so they were all taken. Got an eggplant, some wood, some metal, some jade, some fabric, some herbs. Ooh, and some silver. Herbs, you say? Hang on. Silver. Silver is universal currency in the Taiwu world, mainly used to buy goods from guilds. You can earn silver by utilizing silver buildings in the industry view, or by selling items to the guild. Okay. I want medical care. Am I still the best doctor? No. He's actually better than I am. Nice. Okay. So we can heal injuries too. I assume that's based on his skills. Okay, I have one injury left. You can heal me again. I think the number of times you can heal... Oh, yeah, it went down, didn't it? It's limited. Okay. Okay. I like that system. So this makes actually like purposely finding somebody who's a good doctor or good with poisons or etc., really valuable, because now I can heal off those injuries. I like that a lot. That gives you a reason that, like, you can't just do attrition combat and win and then do another attrition combat right away, because those injuries are horrible. They really screw you up. Remember a big... I assume you mean remember to hug a big thigh and get a sworn sibling in the next village? We'll see, we'll see. Healing uses up the monthly time energy. Okay. It hasn't moved yet. It does drift. Alright. I don't want to fight you, Snake, but I will if you get in between me and my treasure. Open the chest and take a look. I'm not going to read the chest because it's the same detail every time. This is good. Some wild fruit and a boiled egg. Sure. Alright, the snake is right here. And he's between me and the treasure. I don't want to fight you, Snake, but if you attack me, I will kill you. You have chosen death. Maybe we just punch him. Okay, I don't know how tough he is. Snake scales like rocks, long body winding, thick as a huge tree, sharp fangs. A python suddenly darts out of the reeds of the riverbank, springing up several chi, flying straight towards Dune. Rescuing 2 teammates is awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I thought that went pretty well. Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna fight him. We got our wounds healed. I want to see how these work, and I want to see if my auto stuff is working properly. All right, so are you faster than me? Holy crap! Okay, we beat the. I want to slow this down. Okay, so she did her attack. That's good. I like that. Give him the old Wu Dang. Okay, and then they speed me. Okay, so we need to be really careful of enemies who have companions that have encourage, because I don't have a lot of time to get my defense up. Okay, and this is going to use way more of my breath now and way less of that. Okay, good. Although maybe I have too much external for the Wu Dang. Maybe we don't need to be on half speed. Okay, give him another Wu Dang. Yeah, that used that all up. Okay, we need to adjust Wu Dang a little bit. Let's use a little bit more breath on it. Does what I'm using to cast it change the damage that it does? Need to awaken it to near death. We got a monkey. Why catch a snake? Yeah, I don't want no snakes. I don't like snakes. I had a rattlesnake on my porch. Was it last year? No, year before summer. I opened my front door and it looked at me and I looked at it and I closed the door. I went around to get the shovel and come out the garage and it was gone. So who knows where it is? That's just stellar. Okay, we are absolutely dominating this snake, although he has given me a little bit of an injury. Okay, I definitely need to take this off of needing quite so much stance. A snake, but where's the plane? There we are. Okay, can we finish him off with this, please? I think we will. Check my toxins. Okay, I will. Dihun Dun cuts down the python. The body squirms and coils, trembling and conversing. I kind of want to see what that is. Negative commands. At the start of battle, if a support companion's favorability towards the main combatant is contemptuous or below, support commands are randomly replaced with negative commands. The lower the support companion's favorability, the greater number of negative commands. During battle, support companions will automatically and randomly use negative commands, causing adverse effects. Okay, I don't think either one of mine has negative effects. Yeah, die, snake. Get between me and my loot. Okay, we have no toxins. Pythons shouldn't be toxic. I don't believe they are. Famous last words. All right, and we didn't have any permanent internal injuries, so he didn't do enough damage to actually get me. Yeah, these are both, they're both devoted, which is the highest level of favorability, so we're good. All right, cool. Give me my loot. Also, the boat drifted one, if you didn't catch that. Open the chest. What do we got? This is good. Detox pill and hibiscus poultice. Removes neurotoxin. Okay. I hope we don't need that anytime soon. Manual of Ding. Okay, so it is a smithing book, and it has one incomplete chapter, and we have eye jab. I assume that's a finger technique. It's the Sanguine sect, and it is a finger art. All right, something I am probably not learning, but cool that we can find them. I mean, I guess we could give it to her to learn, maybe? Okay, I want to go up here to my boat. I'm going to hop in my boat. If I pass the month, how far does the boat move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't think I'm going to chance that. I'm going to pass the month and then I'm going to run around. So let's, hopefully this doesn't move during a month change. I don't know the mechanic here. We are in the month of the monkey. All characters recover from 1 layer of external injury and internal injuries to their torso. Okay. Okay, it didn't move. Great. The best martial arts strategy is pocket sand? All right, open the chest. Man, we get so much loot here. Cookbook for the 4 classes. Culinary arts, it's a tier 9 book. Written in the Songding dynasty, it contains 37 individual recipes, all using common ingredients and easy to follow. Oh, there you go. And we get stuttering step, no, shuttling step, which is a Shaolin art, has footwork. The shuttling step is a set of footwork for detecting danger, seeing opportunity, and avoiding danger. Practitioners need to run along the swaying wooden stakes so that none touch their body. When they can pass it calmly and freely, the practice is complete. Outline is resistance, and not the entire book is complete, but almost. When this footwork is active, using a protection martial art increases the user's movement speed. Okay. That's not bad. We might actually learn that. What am I... Oh, that's not what I want. And actually, we passed a month. I should go put my points in. Let's get some more protection. And I guess a little bit of key. What am I studying? Okay, we finished the Wuding Elixir Sword Unorthodox, or Heterodox. So let's switch that out. Why is my book not here? Am I not allowed to learn those because I'm not part of that sect? Okay. There must be some other requirement that I don't know about. Oh, not in there. Here. So I pull everything off. Book. Yeah, it's not there. Okay. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to learn this. I'm not planning on using it, but I don't really have anything else. Oh, I guess, is our new one not read? It's also not there. Okay. I guess we'll learn this because I don't really have anything else I need to learn. All right, and then we'll use a reference. Minute leap. I'm just gonna pick some that have some higher points left. Dynamic style, explosive fury. Oh my goodness. Okay. Still, okay. I keep expecting there to be fruit or something I can harvest. Okay, my boat moved. I'm keeping an eye on it. Detox pill and hibiscus poultice. A steamed flatbread and a boiled egg. Delicious. Styptic powder and a snake gall. Okay, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful here. Boat be traveling. Nice. Greed success. Cool. All right, we got all the things. Get me in my boat. Advance. So be it. I don't remember how to make you just go. Wait in place. Here we are. Oh. How does that work? It moves underneath me? I have literally no idea why that made me... Here we go. Row onward. That's what I was expecting. Dihun Dun took up the pole and pushed the boat through the roaring river and through every danger reached the far side safely. This is good. We got the things. Oh, I see. I didn't technically get those until the encounter ended. Got it. Continue the journey. We got Soul Dew. Oh my goodness, get out of my way. Soul Dew is loot obtained by defeating Jingxiao underlings, consuming something something.
After passing through the dark river, Taiwu found the world suddenly open up before them. A magnificent landscape, vast and boundless.
I wish there was a separate voice volume bar. It must be tied to music, I would say. Nothing better than bush flatbread? I don't know about that. Greed and bushes. That's right, Shinosuke. Greed and bushes. Dihun Dun crossed through the hidden mountain river, and before him, the scene suddenly opened up. The landscape was magnificent, the sky vast and boundless, stretching infinitely. When Dihun Dun was 7, he followed father into seclusion in the deep valley, living a life cut off from the world. The only sights he had seen were the few mountain peaks and streams of the valley, and the only sounds heard were the chirps of sparrows and the calls of monkeys. Now, having just got to the valley, Dihun Dun couldn't help but feel as if he'd awoken from a long dream. The world is so vast, and Dihun Dun doesn't know where to begin his journey. Where am I truly meant to go? After finding father, will I return to the secluded valley once more? Okay, I don't feel like going against my nature, so what are we doing? Just this landscape alone, with such divine creation, makes one wonder how many more mysterious and unfathomable things lie ahead in this journey. Dihun Dun takes a deep breath to steady and saw large, clear characters written in the letter left by father. Come to Taiwu village to find me. Then, it's time to set off and find Taiwu village mentioned in the letter. Taiwu Monthly Report. In the Taiwu Monthly Report, you can review major events at each month and the evolution of the world. Character interactions. Tap a character portrait on the list on the left of the main interface to interact with them. Available interactions may vary depending on relationship and rank of the other party. Book trade. During interactions with others, you may trade book or exchange prestige for treasured books. Okay, we have officially gone as far as I have played. So that is as far as my first 10 hours off stream had gotten me. So we're in a new territory from here on out. Okay, so new month. I don't have a book I care about. Have I done a study? What is my... I don't want that screen. I want this screen. Wit, enthusiasm. I want to look at my willpower. Where does it show willpower? Oh, there it is. There it is. We're at 41 out of 55. Okay. Right, because we had to use willpower to knock... Oh, they changed his name around. He was Anuwu before. Now he's Niwu. Okay, Niwu. We had to use 20 to knock him out. And like I said, our willpower regen is garbage. We only get 3 a month, so I'm not going to do our cultivation. So a character that had good willpower would be a lot better at cultivating than we are. Apparently, we're not good at that. Here there be monsters. My cricket and me a Dune story. I find it fitting that the greed emoji is locked behind a paywall. Well, I hope I provide enough value that anyone that signs up for a membership doesn't feel like it's a greedy situation. I try to provide as much value as I can while being reasonable. That's all I can say. I know you're joking, Andrew, but I do try to provide some value, and I don't know. Hopefully people feel it's worth it. I really appreciate my members. Having a little bit of a baseline kind of lets me know how much I can spend on the channel. Things like microphones and lights and whatnot. Okay, cool. Now, I believe we have one more tutorial that we have to get through when we find our village, so don't think that we're home free yet. We also still don't have aspirations unlocked. Okay, while we're traveling, I would like to get some wood, giggity, and I'd like to get some herbs. So we're going to keep an eye out for any place that has good wood and herbs. I feel like I'm trading wood for sheep. Okay, not very good. Mount Wuyi Canyon. Your herbs are okay. Give me some of your herbs, Mount Wuyi Canyon. Yeah, having a nice little stockpile of herbs while we're out and about feels like a good plan. In fact, did I get an injury? No. No, we're okay. Oh, I also wanted to change... that scaling. Okay, this was... What was my problem here? I wasn't getting enough... Okay, but I've already moved that. So I just wasn't getting enough stance in general, I guess. So we want to make this take up more internal, right? I think I'm going to move this one back towards 50-50. Let's try that with our defensive one moved over. Yeah, let's try that. It only took 6 hours. We're not out of the tutorial yet, Andrew. At this rate, we should beat the reviewer who couldn't beat the Cuphead tutorial. Dude, I feel sorry for the guy, but the video that has his footage versus the pigeon solving the puzzle, that gets me every time. Hey, Lethrington. Hey, Babel. Glad to see you. Like every wuxia, all the information on screen is instantly paralyzes me for a while. Yeah, the choice paralysis and information overload is very real. I'm gonna stop for metal. I'm not gonna harvest any of that garbage though. All right, apparently we're heading this way. Mountains, metal, herbs. Okay, here we go. Herbs, please. I'm gonna say like 300-ish. I don't know exactly how many I need, but something like that feels okay. There's all kinds of people here. Jun King Hong, Yunfu Xiong, Ling Dai Wei, Inpu Jin. I'm just peeking at these different screens so we can see age, gender, charm, mood, mindset, affiliation, rank, aspiration, reputation, favorability, awareness, influence, reincarnation 0. This guy's reincarnated once. Oh my goodness. Hey, Leth, I heard that you liked info on your screen, so I put some info in your info so you can info while you info. There you go. This is a random NPC. There you go. He loves 2 people. You dog. And you've already got a spouse. And 2 kids. And the 2 kids aren't the people you love. That's suspicious. 35 years old, he's benevolent. Battle commands heal injuries. That would be a nice battle command. Skilled in annihilation. Tiger Goldeneye staff art. Skilled in key arts. Forge's trial. I think that's actually what we want. Omnisnare. He doesn't have any skill in ghost arts, guys. Wait, does that mean we have a sect that cultivates ghosts? Because I'm very excited about that. Do we have insects and ghosts? Wow. Okay. I'm not gonna get myself in that yet. Let's get out of the tutorial before we go too hog wild. We got a pearl heart powder, a sliced fish stew, and a styptic powder. Also, okay, that makes me think. Do we have excavation? What is that? At each month's advance, character who carries items access their travel bag capacity will drop items. Oh gosh. Those items are left behind on the character's current tile. Each excavation consumes 3 energy. You may dig continuously until an item is unearthed or until you run out of energy. Digging on a blackstone land of eroded regions may yield core materials. Am I overweight? Wait a minute, am I overweight? Shoot, where did we see that? No, we're at 36. We're fine. Don't scare me like that, game. Jeez. And then I totally forgot the other thing I was looking for because I got so scared by that. What was I looking up? It wasn't weight. Okay, well, I lost it. It's gone. Champions Armaments Revival Apothecary. Okay, no. Stay on target, Babel. When arriving at the outcast village, Dihun Dun observed that while the village was simple and rugged, the villagers themselves were full of spirit. A few young villagers were practicing martial arts in the open ground within the village. Upon closer inspection, their technique bore a resemblance to the swordsmith villa techniques that Father had once mentioned. Inquire around. Necker says, the fact that the goo insects were represented was what really sold me on the game. Yeah, it's very rare that you see games that do insects or ghost cultivation, if that's actually a thing in this. They're just hard to do in games. Bloodly Shiva says, there's plenty of stories, not just yours. You can't be the MC of another story. Bro's the real MC. Remember to find the best martial artists, usually the mayor and his companions. Okay, I'll think about that. I'll think about it. Some NPCs' past lives were animals like tigers. After a round of inquiry, several warm-hearted villagers told Dihun Dun. This village has a long history and has passed down for several generations. Later, due to unknown reasons, the world fell into chaos. Although it is remote, many villagers have arrived here, and the village's name was changed to Outcast Village. However, with the increase of refugees, conflicts and troubles grew, and even some evildoers caused harm. Fortunately, the previous village chief learned a profound swordsmith villa martial art from an unknown source, which allowed him to expel the evildoers and restore peace to the fortified village. Ah, so that's how it is. Okay. Search the way station for clues. This is highlighted, so I assume that's where it wants me to go. Okay, what are these other things that are coming up? Can I click that? Oh, I see. They're coming off of these people. Maybe? There are a lot of people. Okay, yes. Okay, so I assume these are like quests or something. Guild type Vault of Volumes. Oxback Caravan. Hey kid, what do you know? You're 11 years old. You're rebellious. Yeah, aren't we all at 11? The Village Master. Oh my gosh. He looks like a kid wearing a fake mustache and a wig. He's 40 years old. Sure you are, kid. There's like 3 of them in that robe. His breath is unimpeded. He's ethereal. Sure game. Sure. He's a hunter, is his aspiration. That is hilarious. Chief Master's wife. He married a 29-year-old and he's 40. I guess that's on the edge. Steward. Okay, so these are like important people in the village, and you're a baby. All right, hello. Influence. Rank 1 professions in town. Rank 1 professions in town. Rank 1 roles in towns include city lords, chief masters, town chief, town head, village chief. Special interactions with these characters include act of benevolence and adopt chicken. Acts of benevolence. Spend resources to gain regional favor for the character's region. Adopt chicken. Spend regional favor to adopt the settlement's chicken into Taiwu village. Are we doing chicken collection? Recruit the 11-year-old. They got gumption. Is this the first time I'm playing? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And relatively blind. We are now past the 10 hours I did before we started streaming. Just as a reminder, please no story spoilers. And if you're going to give suggestions, only what's currently relevant to what I'm doing. If you try to front load me with other things, I'm not going to remember, and you're just going to confuse me. So try to keep whatever advice you have to what we're currently doing. The crickets offer overpowered support. Chickens are fun. They have tiers and give fine bonuses. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Can I ask about what we're wanting to ask about? Trade items. I don't want to antagonize him. Privately seek martial arts. Okay, so if he likes me, he might teach me something. We could cricket duel. Share an insight. Use a secret. This is ridiculous. I can't get over this. All right. I don't think I want to do anything with him yet. I'm going to try to not fight the tutorial. I'd like to get through that today. What are we at? Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's a million things. See what I said about a million things popping up? Maybe I'll read those off stream. Okay, let's move to here, pick up the freebie, and then see if this is my quest icon. Dihun Dun followed the road and arrived at an inn. He saw that the stables were empty, the buildings tilted, and the once bustling place had now become dilapidated and desolate area. Left in disappointment. The horse carriage costs 200 silver, ox cart costs 100 silver, an additional 100 silver for bashu or shuhong. Hero, are you transporting goods or traveling? Just as Dihun Dun was about to turn and leave, a carter skillfully called out while stepping out of the post station. So there still are people here. Yes, we have it here. Although the place is in ruins and most of the villagers have fled, this is the way station passed down by our ancestors, must not be abandoned. I wonder, where are you heading, hero? I'm about to head towards Taiwu village, but I'm unsure of its location and where to look for it. Taiwu village? The carter murmured, circling around Dihun Dun, inspecting them from top to bottom several times, then continued. This is quite unusual. Well, we guides never ask about past matters. Hero, if you pay me 1,000 silver, I will take you there. How does that sound? 1,000 silver? Could it be that Taiwu village is located far away? I bet you this is Taiwu village. That's my guess. It's not exactly close. Well, it's just that, the journey is rather treacherous, with towering mountains and perilous waters. Hero, it's up to you. Aside from me and this way station, there's no one else to take you there. We could try to convince him, we could pay him, we could threaten him, we could say forget it. I think Dune just doesn't know the way of the world. While Babel would like to try to not pay him, I think Dune would just pay him. All right, here you go. Here's the silver. Great, great. Let's head out now. If it weren't for the time when I was 6 and accompanied my uncle on a trip, no one around here would know the road to Taiwu village. The carter took the silver, grinning ear to ear. He quickly made preparations for the cart to depart immediately. Okay, I'm still guessing that we're at Taiwu. That's my guess. Oh, was Babel wrong? The journey by wagon was bumpy and treacherous. Okay, I was wrong. I was really expecting him to cheat us. That he's like, we're there. This is Taiwu. The crickets offer overpowered support. Fail says, first time seeing this game. I'm just hyped to discover a game with a streamer. Well, welcome in. I'm glad to have you. Yeah, I've been really impressed by this. If you like wushu / cultivation games, I think this is going to be a golden one. Do we need a scam counter? Poor Yi. Poor Yi. We needed one for him. That was my Wandering Sword playthrough. If you have the DLC, you can essentially turn your rare crickets into overpowered human beings. Is the cricket DLC in English, Mackie? I couldn't get somebody that says, yes, I own it, and it is in English. W Stream, well, thank you. Daily Culinary Facts, I appreciate it. Congrats on a lot of skills and items. Okay. All the DLCs are in English, and you can personally confirm that you own them and play in English. That's what I'm trying to get somebody to say yes to me. The Cricket and Dragon DLC is in English. Okay. I may just pick that up to show my support. Like I said, I've been waiting for this game for a long time. Babel got a lot of books. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay. The journey by wagon was bumpy and treacherous. Dun Taiwu, bored out of their mind, dozed off in the wagon. What felt like hours, Dun Taiwu awoke again to find the carter had abandoned the cart and rode off on the horse. What a shady carter. How could he dump me in the middle of the road? I wonder how far it is from here to Taiwu village. All right, Andrew, put one on the counter for us. Maybe we're actually there? This is a huge map. Holy moly. Okay. Wow. I even paid him. I even paid him. Okay, let me ask you, since we're talking about DLCs, I picked up the free DLCs. Other than the cricket one, is there anyone, are any of the other ones any good? I don't really care about costumes or anything. Is there any actual content in anything besides the cricket one? Crickets and dragons. And isn't dragons a free one, so I must have picked that up? Dragon, okay. Dragons are free. Okay, I must have already had that one then. Okay, let's get rolling here. Is there a way that you can show the amounts of stuff with like a modifier button on the map? So I don't have to like mouse over every individual one? Okay, don't care about anything except for herbs really at the moment. So unless I see a big splot of herbs, I'm not stopping. $31, $53, $68. Oh, and I'm out of energy. Yes. Yes. You can pick up all the free cloth DLC. They do provide a bonus to charm. Okay, so that works like Tale of Immortal. You can easily recognize what a tile should have based on how it looks. Pink tiles are usually herbs. Yeah. Yeah, so like farmlands have food. That makes sense. Okay, world events. What are we in? Month of the Rooster. Fabric and herbs are back. Recover from external injuries. Okay. We don't actually have our village. Although apparently there's 28 people that we magically know about. Antidotes and curiosities. We discovered 10 secrets somehow. There you go. There's a romance. Thubatum Jamyung and Latsi Zuma fell into an intimate relation with each other. Oh, scandalous. Ooh. Oh, do say. Cricket chorus. The sound of crickets can be heard everywhere since the start of autumn. Okay, we may try to grab some crickets because people really seem excited about that. A cricket tournament. I don't think we're prepared for that. Sudden wealth. Lang Jiang unexpectedly found 3,878 metal. Some kid. Found a rare martial arts manual. 8 principles of Yong. Disaster. Lost silver, lost wood. Lost extremely rare oily orb. So I assume if I went to that place, I could find his orb. Nope. What are you? Oh, okay. That is a nice little detail. I like that. Although I kind of wish you would go away once I had clicked you, or at least not be animated. Because that's going to be really eye-catching for me. Okay, here. Give me them herbs. People will rumor monger like silly housewives. Nice. Let's hope they say nice things about me. Okay. Herbs. Oh, we got something. We got a Centuria berry. Obviously, it's a tier 8 berry. It's a yin herb. Centuria berry sprouts leaves in the spring, blooms in the summer, and grows berries in the autumn. These round reddish berries promote the production of various body fluids and stop bleeding. You can also refresh one's mind and relieve fatigue. All right, if anyone needs some extra body fluids, I gotcha. $39 is not worth it. Am I heading in the right direction? Okay, the blue seems to be where we want to go. Oh, there's crickets, right? Okay, I'm not going to get distracted. If they were on the way and it wasn't that far out of the way, I would do it, but we need to go here, so we're going to try to do that. Okay, so a cave, don't care. Cropland. Jade. Bad amounts of herbs. I'm just going to kind of pick our way towards that thing. Trending towards anywhere I see something I want to harvest. You know what? I think we're going to need wood. So I'm going to grab some if we're on a square that has high wood. This is just my gut telling me that. 49 herbs, sure. Also, Babel, did you watch Naruto? I believe the full overhaul based on the Scroll of Taiwu game would be epic. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I watched Naruto when it originally came out, if that puts any perspective on how long ago that was. I did love it at the time. I remember my friend and I watched the entire first 2 seasons in one sitting. Good times, good times. One Kon Koichiban, the opening op. Ore as well, okay. We'll see if we catch any good ore on the way. I'm not gonna like force it, but if we run into squares that have it, yeah, we'll do wood. And we'll do some ore. We got a meta copper. All right, there you go. Okay. Nope, out of energy. All right, I'm not going to go too invested into this again, just because we're not really affecting anything at the moment. And here had tons of metal. God, can you imagine these days finding a nugget that big and that pure? Even if it was just like copper, that would be worth so much. Okay, good herbs over there. What am I up to? I haven't even been paying attention. Okay, we're above that 300. I'm going to stop on the herbs. Oh, we found something though. A drunken hibiscus. It's a yang herb. The drunken hibiscus color changes throughout the day. In the morning, it's white with a slight taint of green. At noon, the green disappears and it's left purely white. After sunset, it turns a pinkish color like the face of a drunken lady. And thus the poem reads, as poets rank flowers in order of quality, the drunken hibiscus is hailed as the best. There you go. I've always wanted to try hibiscus wine. I really enjoyed hibiscus tea when I was in China. It was very tasty. A weapon. Excuse me? We found an iron blade. No. No. Isn't it inventory that I want to look at my equipment? No, apparently it's under mounts. I have no idea why. All right, so replace my wooden sword. Iron blade. Are you better though? I'd have less precision but more force. I don't have a strong opinion on that at the moment. Hack, 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 stab, upswing, stab. I don't think that's as good. Stab, upswing, upswing, stab. Yeah, we use upswings and stabs for our technique right now, so extra hacks is actually a detriment. All right, I did see that, but I'm going to ignore it. It was a land sparsely populated, with only a few shabby thatched huts scattered among the low hills and vegetation nearby. As Dihun Dun was pondering whether this could be Taiwu village, the sound of fighting and cursing suddenly came from up ahead. Look over to where the voice came from. Dihun Dun looked over and happened to see around 5 or 6 swordsmen escorting a prison cart, fighting with a wounded, reckless man. Oh my gosh, these kid ones with the mustache are killing me. They're actually killing me. Those are hilarious. I am so glad I didn't do one of those. I thought about using that one as the base, and I'm so glad I didn't. I figured that the model itself would age, like it would grow up into a big model, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Try to avoid mountains when traveling because they cost a lot. I'm only going to them if they have something I want at the moment. Vodka and coffee, good for losing weight. Oh, there you go. Tutorial's almost over. Okay, we're getting close. That's good. The leading swordsman shouted, "You mad dogs from the Lion Face clan! Why have you been following us all the way to Taiwu village? What are you up to?" The reckless man just responded with a sneer. "It was your swordsmith villa lot who were trying to waylay me. Come at me, I dare you. I have nothing but my muscles." The messy fight and cursing went on. Despite their greater number, the swordsmen could not gain the upper hand, since the reckless man kept on attacking the prison cart and caused chaos in their formation. For a time, the swordsmen were unable to deal with the reckless man. I mean, I'm going to help the one I want to join. Or we could just watch. No, let's try to help Swordsmith. Just as Dihun Dun was about to help the Swordsmith Villa disciples, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the prison cart that the Swordsmith Villa disciples were escorting. Within that fully enclosed cart, it seemed that there was a ferocious beast ramming continuously against the cart door. Alarmed and concerned! Upon seeing that, the Swordsmith Villa disciples' faces all turned ashen gray. They all scrambled back to the prison cart despite the enemies near them, and each pulled with all their might on the steel chains to tighten and secure the cart door. The Lionface clan's injured disciples spotted an opening and were about to attack the undefended Swordsmith disciples. Protect the Swordsmith Villa disciples. In the heat of the moment, Dihun Dun hastily grabbed a handful of stones and threw them at the Lionface clan disciples. Although the Lionface clan disciples dodged all the stones thrown by Dihun Dun, they were injured so badly that they were panicking and couldn't determine the source of the stones. Thus, they became afraid of these tiny stones and couldn't help but flee in terror. This is good. A moment later, the situation changed drastically and suddenly. The turmoil inside the prison cart came to an abrupt stop, and the surroundings suddenly fell deathly silent. After what felt like hours, Swordsmith's Villa disciples were finally able to exhale in relief and collapse on the ground in exhaustion. After a short respite, Swordsmith Villa disciples regrouped and continued to escort the prison cart to Taiwu village in silence. Continue the journey. We didn't decide to talk to them? Okay. We gained some favor. Okay, so down is later. Fusion Mount. Okay, that is Swordsmith. I'm pretty sure. So, okay, I guess that was good. Did we just win with a morale strat, just like in Dominions? I guess so. Okay, I appreciate the help, Mateus, but I'm not trying to use the meta knowledge, like stuff like that. I just want to explore right now. So thank you for the tip, but it's okay. Okay, is this going to be where our quest is? Apparently not. All right, so it's one of these two yellows, perhaps. The surroundings were absolutely silent and still. Upon first entering Taiwu village, Dihun Taiwu clearly saw a familiar figure swiftly entering the ancestral temple and vermilion hue within the village. It was my foster father! Dihun Taiwu hurried to the vermilion temple, yet the trace of foster father was already gone. Soon, an old lady came out of the ancestral temple. Ah, he's got a little thing on the side. I see. Approach and inquire. Greetings, Granny. May I know if you've seen an elderly entering this place? Upon hearing someone call to her, the old lady hesitated before replying with a smile. Just call me Granny Fing. I'm so glad I didn't name my character Fing. That was a close second. My eyes have dimmed with age and my ears aren't good these days either. So, hero, aren't you just asking a blind person for directions? We could train our monkey to throw stones? I mean, I guess we could. However, Granny Fing continued immediately. The ancestral Taiwu temple is just a tiny place. Go and look around. Perhaps you could find the one you're looking for there. So, this is the Taiwu ancestral temple, right? Did my foster father ask me to come here to return to my root? What are you talking about? Before Dihun Taiwu finished, Granny Fing exclaimed in a trembling voice, as if struck by lightning. Return to your roots? This is Taiwu Ancestral Temple. Are you, could your family name be Taiwu? How could this be? This village is called Taiwu Village. Why couldn't I have Taiwu as my family name? You cannot bear that surname. You cannot. Granny Fing paced back and forth, agitated. It doesn't matter for other surnames. You could just take any of them as you please, but Taiwu, only Taiwu. Are you trying to take advantage of me, hero? I may be old and confused, but don't you dare come and tease me. Granny Fing spoke. She suddenly stood still and chided sternly. Since you called yourself Taiwu, show me proof then. I was not born with the name Taiwu. I only took this name because my foster father's instruction. Everyone who has the name Taiwu was not born with it. The name Taiwu, Granny Fing answered, yet it only made Dihun Taiwu further confused. I don't know why the grammar in this makes me stumble so bad. My family name certainly came from my parents, since when do I need any proof? The name Taiwu is not something that you could inherit from your parents. You cannot bring out proof. I would not be able to trust only your words, Granny Fing said. Shaking her head, Dihun Taiwu only found this person unreasonable. Yes, my foster father did tell me that there's only one thing that could prove my identity. Bring out the Fuyu hilt. Is this? Granny Fing received the Fuyu hilt from Dihun Taiwu and felt the engravings on the hilt again and again, looking sometimes overjoyed, sometimes mournful. That's right. It was exactly the same. Granny Fing muttered. 2 streams of clear tears slowly formed down her aged and wrinkled cheeks. Come with me, she said softly, turning around, walking to the back of the hall. Follow her. Dihun Taiwu followed Granny Fing through the tiny corridor. The Taiwu Ancestral Temple is a spacious open ground. There's a total of 16 giant stone stels there, and the largest of which is inscribed with the giant characters Taiwu. The word was written in just a stroke, and its handwriting was so mighty and powerful that it didn't feel like the work of a human. Examine the large stone in the middle. That stone stele inscribed with the giant word Taiwu was over 10 meters tall. It was jet black in color, with its material and weight impossible to discern. But the more Dihun Taiwu looked at the word Taiwu carved in the stele, the more they found it to be similar to the handwriting in the letter left by foster father. Examine the other stones. Dihun Taiwu looked at the 15 surrounding smaller steles one by one. The names of various sects were engraved atop the 15 steles. Shaolin sect, Jade Maiden sect, Yuanshan sect, Kongseng sect, Swordsmith Villa, and so on. Below those names, the steles were densely packed with small characters, and all of them were the names of people. I don't understand the meaning of these steles. Please enlighten me. Oh my goodness, my poor voice. Oh, and I'm overdue for coffee too. Pertaining to what is named Taiwu, they serve the greater collective, even to selflessness. There was originally no surname Taiwu in the world. Granny Feng leaned against the stele and sat down, recounting the details. Hundreds of years ago, most, if not all, the world suffered from Jiangshu. You could even say that it was the age where the mortality was no more, where everyone in the world suffered, where wails of sorrow were everywhere, and where the world was in chaos. Back then, there was only one person who knew the arts to banish Jiangshu, yet this person was born weak in physique and disease-ridden, unable to fight Jiangshu for long. Therefore, the great sects of the world gathered here, each sharing all their secrets and arts to their fullest. In the end, the person transformed as if reborn anew and successfully drove away Jiangshu. The person called himself Taiwu and was the ancestor of Taiwu. That was Jiangshu? How does he make everyone in the world suffer? Jiangshu was not a human nor a monster, but a fiend instead. If a mortal was corrupted by Jiangshu, they would lose their mind and become vile, vicious fiend that does nothing but harm others. Granny Feng said. Her brow locked and her shoulders trembled slightly, looking very frightened. Astonished and confused, Dun Taiwu didn't know how to respond to her tale. Why did the person not teach everyone the way to banish Jiangshu? I do not know why. I do not know much either. Perhaps the art was so peculiar that ordinary people can't learn them? Where did Taiwu ancestor go after banishing Jiangshu? I would like to know too. Ever since the big fight with Jiangshu was defeated and fled, lurking in the dark. Taiwu disappeared along with them too. Perhaps he died in the battle too. The many steles here must have been built by the great sects back then. All that time, all the sects discussed the matter together and decided that each sect would pass their arts to Taiwu ancestor. However, the sectarian views among them ran deep, and even in desperation, they would not easily pass down their sect's unique arts to outsiders. Thus, the ancestor Taiwu made an oath with them, with the stele as proof. They shall never pass on what they have learned to others, even if it was to their own kinfolk or descendants. Only when Taiwu was about to die and Jiangshu had not been vanquished could they seek out a successor capable of inheriting their arcane arts. And the successor, having received the legacy arcane arts of Taiwu, must also adhere to this oath. With the divine sword as their verification and strange visions as their proof, they would dedicate their life to ridding the world of Jiangshu. So, the successor was known as Taiwu? Yeah. Now you fully understand. There's only one Taiwu in the world. The predecessor died and the successor came forth with anomalies and the sword. Then Granny Feng got to her feet and placed Fuyu hilt into the slot on the stele. They fitted together perfectly. Dun Taiwu looked stunned and stupefied. Hey, Kelly. Went back and watched most of the first stream last night. Looks like a fun one. There's a justification for your main character to learn them all, while companions are more limited. Yep, I think we just found out why. Yeah, so far I am very happy with this. File says, is the game fully translated? I think mostly is a fair answer. We've ran across one or two things that isn't. I have heard that they are working on those. So it's very playable for me, but I suffer through ones that are much worse than this. When I first picked up the Fuyu hilt, I saw a silhouettes and visions. I believe that Taiwu could see generation after generation of Taiwu successors from the Fuyu hilt. The name Taiwu and the Fuyu hilt are granted to me by foster father. Could it be that he? Though there's an old saying, a predecessor dies, the successor comes forth. There hasn't been a genuine Taiwu for nearly 100 years. No one knows whether the old saying is true or not. Perhaps your foster father is not a Taiwu, but perhaps the rumor was wrong. Just relax, Granny Feng consoles Dun Taiwu. You look like you're in your 60s or 70s. How come you know so many? Hey lady, you're old. How are you so smart? Do you think I'm just blabbering nonsense and teasing you here? Granny Feng said angrily. But immediately her face turned sorrowful, and she slowly chanted, "I dug my own grave in empty husk. I planted a rootless tree where it's barren. 370 years gone, yet never flowers nor deer came my way." What you said is so strange and bizarre. I really don't know how to make myself believe them. Fine. This is indeed true that I could not persuade you with words alone. Come with me and do not be afraid of whatever you see afterward. Are you going to show me scary things, old lady? Dihun Taiwu followed Granny Fing until they arrived at the stone house at the back of the mountain of the Taiwu Ancestral Temple. There were countless nameless graves around the stone house and a prison cart nearby the stone house. It was the one that Dihun Taiwu had saw outside Taiwu village. However, the chain on the wagon was released and it was empty. This is it. Granny Fing said, opened the low door to the house and went in first. Enter the house. Dihun Taiwu went into the stone house and saw a human bound by dozens of jet black iron chains atop a giant boulder in the middle of the house. The human's face was ghastly and contorted, and they seemed to have boundless strength. Every struggle by them would cause thick iron chains to form deep grooves in the boulder. Dihun Taiwu immediately realized that this must be the beast that had previously been imprisoned in the prison cart. Is this a human or a beast? I think we're going to get through the main narrative thing here, Faye, and then we're not going to have quite so much thick narrative. That's what my gut tells me. This person was originally a disciple of Swordsmith Villa, who only turned mad because of Zhang Shu and became the fiendish husk. How did this person become corrupted by Zhang Hu? An ordinary madman would only act oddly and exhibit strange behavior. Have you ever seen a madman who suddenly gains boundless strength, who becomes able to kill a bull with their bare hands, who can withstand slashes and stabs without dying? Yes, actually I have. When the Swordsmith Villa disciple was captured, they took a blade and spear through the belly and heart. If they had not become a fiendish underling of Zhang Shu, how could they possibly still be alive? Why are you tying and confining these corrupted Zhang Shu here? These corrupted by Zhang Shu are beyond saving unless Taiwu came and helped them. The Taiwu successor had disappeared for nearly 100 years, yet so many still held on to a glimmer of hope that a Taiwu successor would one day return and save the world. At this moment, Dihun Taiwu suddenly realized why there were so many nameless graves outside the stone house. So people are bringing people who are afflicted here hoping that they will be saved, but they weren't, so then they're burying them. Why did Zhang Shu do this to the two people? Granny Fing shook her head. I do not know. Zhang Shu was the source of all evil and the cage of all thoughts. Perhaps he just loves to watch people in madness and suffering, or perhaps when more and more people fell to corruption, he could return to the mortal world and bring endless calamity. So there's truly a Zhang Shu in the world? So this whole story about Taiwu is not fabricated? Duh. We will know if it's real or not once we test it. Granny Fing returned the Fuyu hilt back to Dihun Taiwu. She knelt down and bowed thrice to the west and said to Dihun Taiwu, hold tight the sword, embrace the heavenly sect. Close your eyes, sink deep within the tranquil void. Cast off your dreams of worldly bother. We are all born of suffering, from which none may escape its grasp. See no self within oneself, and behold as our fiends fade in their selflessness light. See no self within oneself, behold as the fiends fade of selfless light. That sounds like Taoism.
All that has form is bound to suffering. None escape the net of illusion. To see me is not to see me. For where the self dissolves, no demons remain. The true teachings are subtle in every word, yet strike deep into the heart.
Is there another start in the game, or do you always start as a Taiwu possessor? I think you are always Taiwu in this game. Somebody told me once you've done the tutorial, you don't have to do it again. But beyond that, this is the setup of the game. It's how it's a generational game. So we're going to play out Dihun's life. We are probably not going to finish the game. He's going to die at some point, and then we will play his successor, which was kind of just explained how that's going to work. We are all born of suffering, from which none may escape its grasp. See no self within oneself, and behold as our fiends fade with our selflessness light. The mantra was laid with subtle grace, yet every word strikes true and deep in the mind. Close your eyes and meditate, follow the mantra. Got an achievement. Return to Taiwu. After what felt like hours, Dihun Taiwu slowly opened their eyes and found themselves lying on an earthen bed within a thatched hut. Taiwu has awakened! Taiwu has awakened! When Dihun Taiwu was drowned in confusion and puzzlement, the voice of a girl suddenly sounded from outside the window. Before long, many villagers flooded to the thatched cottage. The girl hurried and reached the bedside first, smiling as she looked at Dihun Taiwu. Who are you, and who are you guys? How did I arrive here? You look very bossy. You remind me of the girl at the beginning of, oh shoot. What was the wushu game that just came out? It's super popular. We streamed it a little bit. Oh shoot, man, I have streamer brain today. Who are you? Who are you guys? How did I arrive here? I'm Rin Yu Ning. You saved that Swordsmith Villa madman back at the mountain, and then passed out too. We don't have a doctor in the village, so we could only bring you back here to rest. Who exactly are you? Oh my, so saving those madmen messed with your head too. Of course, we are Taiwu Village. You've seen us before when you first arrived at the village. Dihun Taiwu felt a sting in their forehead, unable to recall what they had seen these people before. Draft the children. Did you just call me Taiwu? Heh, you're such a strange one. It was you who told everyone that you're Taiwu. I'm just a little kid, so I wouldn't dare call someone else Taiwu randomly. But since you cured the Swordsmith Villa madman, everyone believes you're Taiwu now. Dihun Taiwu was stunned upon hearing this, unable to recall ever speaking to these people. Did I say that? There was an old man who came to the village and said, Taiwu is about to return. We didn't believe him. Who would have thought that it was true? Are we like cultivation Jesus? An old man, so foster father, had been here all along. I am Rin Yu Ning. You saved the Swordsmith Villa. Okay, you keep saying that. What about the madman from Swordsmith Villa? After being cured by you, the Swordsmith Villa madman cried and bowed to you on the ground, so much that their head was bruised. Then you passed out and everyone's been busy taking care of you, so no one knows where the madman went. Where's Granny Fing? I still have so many things I don't understand. I want to ask her something. Granny Fing? Who's that? There's no Granny Fing in Taiwu Village. Rin Yu Ning looked at Dihun Taiwu with wide, puzzled eyes. You know the Granny Fing from the Taiwu Ancestral Temple? Having heard that, Rin Yu Ning snorted out a laugh. That Taiwu Ancestral Temple has been dismantled by bad guys many, many times. Of course it wouldn't be here. What on earth is happening? Please take me to the Taiwu Ancestral Temple. Where winds meet. Thank you, Shinosuke. Oh my goodness. My goodness, I need another cup of coffee. Soon after, the villagers brought Dihun Taiwu to the ruins of the Taiwu Ancestral Temple nearby. Dihun Taiwu looked around and vaguely recognized the surroundings here. Although the 16 stone stels within the ruins and the stone houses surrounded by mounds at the back of the temple remained the same as before. The Vermilion Temple had become an aged ruin. Dihun Taiwu was stunned and bewildered. Inquire of the villagers about the details of what happened. Dihun Taiwu asked the villagers about everything that had happened earlier. From their fragmented accounts, Dihun Taiwu gradually understood. A long time ago, an old man came to the village claiming the successor of Taiwu would soon return. Then, Dihun Taiwu indeed arrived in the village, declaring themselves Taiwu's successor, and alone used the Fuyu hilt to restore the sanity of the Swordsmith Villa disciple affected by Jiangshu. Seeing the return of Taiwu's mystic arts and the reverse of their ancestral lineage, everyone rejoiced. But soon after, Dihun Taiwu suddenly collapsed on the ground. There's indeed many mysteries here. Seeing Dihun Taiwu was at a loss, Rin Yu Ning quietly tugged Dihun Taiwu's sleeve and whispered, I've heard from some old people in our village that there's an ancient tomb somewhere unknown outside the village. Inside the tomb lives an immortal who knows everything. If you have any questions, perhaps you could ask him. Unfortunately, I heard the immortal does not like children. Rin Yu Ning said this with a dejected face. Okay, I don't see any reason to go against our nature. As heaven and earth embrace all things equally, an immortal who attained Tao would see no difference between anyone. Really? Great. If you find the tomb, don't forget to bring me there too. All right, kid, let's go grave robbing. Grab the shovels. Later that day, more and more folks of the martial world wanderers from nearby villages, towns, and sects came to see. After hearing the words Taiwu return, people were visibly overjoyed, as if Zongshu would soon be vanquished. With everyone's support, Dun Taiwu naturally took on the mantle of the new successor of Taiwu, and thus naturally became the new master of Taiwu village. However, while the successor had returned, Taiwu Ancestral Temple remained in ruins. The villagers couldn't help but feel saddened and dejected. I came to this place following my foster father's instruction. I did not know I also carried the expectations of many. Perhaps that was what has been plaguing my father. While waiting for my foster father, perhaps I should start with building Taiwu Ancestral Temple so that I won't besmirch the name given to me. Taiwu Ancestry, Tier 1. This genealogy book records from the first Taiwu to the last born nearly a century ago, spanning over 300 years. Most content in the book is indecipherable, but bits and pieces about 7 successors of Taiwu are still vaguely readable. Use this as a core item to build the Taiwu Ancestral Temple, a place to discuss family affairs and educate future generations. And we got 500 prestige. Villager Dispatch. Taiwu may dispatch Taiwu villagers to designated tiles to work. By building and managing Taiwu village, you can regularly harvest various output. Okay. I am overdue for my coffee break, so I'm going to take that quick. My poor voice there. But I think we probably have a little bit of building tutorial, and then we're actually through it. So happy days. It only took us 6 hours. 6 hours to do that. That is quite crazy. For anyone new, I'm going to put a 5-minute timer up, and I'm going to tell YouTube that I'm on a 5-minute break, so you may actually get an ad there. If you're not blocking ads and you get one, I appreciate the pennies. Beyond that, if you're enjoying the stream, a like goes a long ways to telling YouTube that people who have good taste like you might like this stream, and then YouTube tries to push it out and show it to more people. So that is a huge help to me. We've grown really quickly the last couple days between Scroll of Taiwu, Solar Nations 2, and some Dominion stuff. So welcome to all the new people. I'm glad to have you here. I hope you're enjoying yourself. All right, we are gonna have a timer, although I just realized, okay, I'm gonna have to fix that because I changed something on last night's stream. Let's take our 5-minute. I'm gonna go get some coffee, get up, get yourself a drink, get yourself a stretch, and I will be right back. After I fix this button. There we go. Okay, I hope everyone had a good stretch, got yourself a drink. Well, let's get into the second half here. Babel's losing it, maybe the Chaos Gods got to him, or I'm bewitched. Demonic deviation, oh no. Don't worry, coffee cures my inner breath chaos. It's not grave robbing, it's archaeology. I mean, sure. What's the planned stream for tonight? Yeah, it's Neverness to Everness, the 1.1 main story. I'm kind of hopeful. I really enjoyed the ending of 1.0 and the story, so I'm hoping that 1.1 is going to be pretty good. I'm expecting that we'll finish that up in one stream, so should be pretty fun. Nice little change of pace. Okay, let's get to it. Rebuild the ancestral temple, and we've got the little girl here. She's enthusiastic. Okay, so rebuild. Click on the industry icon above Taiwu Village tile to open the industry map. Click on the construction space at the bottom right to open the building page and select Taiwu Ancestral Temple. With enough resources, you can select and appoint workers or use the quick plan to dispatch them automatically. Click Start Construction and select an open ground, and the Ancestral Temple will be rebuilt over several periods. Okay, good. My stuff is here. I was going to be very sad if they were not. In fact, I think, well, no, let's just follow the tutorial. Don't fight it. Hey, DFW, could anyone post a link for the Scroll of Taiwu Discord? The one on Steam doesn't work anymore. I don't think YouTube's going to let you post a link here. If somebody wants to post it on my Discord, you can grab it through there. Imagine that there's a traveler that's carrying that chest following Dune. Oh, that's cute. I didn't expect to have an animated thing here. Okay, so one of the perks we took was that we got an extra 30 squares. So it better be a ginormous place for us to build. But I spent a lot of points on that. All right, so this is going to be our place. Well, what do we have out here? Stone ridges, piles of rubble. A pile of rock that insects can be heard chirping from at night. Oh, ruins. Insects can be heard chirping. Gemstones. A rare deposit of beautiful gemstones that are crystal clear and lustrous. A woodland. A woodland region with plenty of sunshine and rainfall where great trees grow. A feng shui long layer. Feng shui long layer is a place where yin and yang together, as well as the long's breath, a potent source of vitality. Cricket attraction. Okay. A weed pile. A whole heap of insects can be heard chirping here at night. Meteoric iron crater. Created by falling meteorites, this meteoric iron crater is full of meteoric iron. You don't say. Why, yes, this floor is made of floor, which is extremely difficult to work and thus requires a skilled craftsman. Lone Summit. A solitary peak reaching up to the clouds, all sides extremely precipitous. Okay, why do I care about that? Metal income, jade income. Hi. I just want to read the various things that are around. Is that it? Another woodland. Okay, we have some herbs. Despite the complexity of the terrain, scattered gullies and caverns, herbs are plentiful due to the mild climate, fertile soil, and abundant rainfall. Okay, so herbs, very rare. Wood, very rare. Another meteor, more herbs. A flame pond. A strange area brimming with geothermal activity and lava. Here, fire commonly rains from the sky, burning for 3 days in this intensely hot region. Building, basic resources, management efficiency. I mean, that's pretty frightening to build a city next to, I won't lie. Okay, so only one thing of wood. That scares me. Is that true? Okay, 2 woods. That feels like very little. I don't know. That is ginormous. Yeah. Like I said, we took the trait as a starting character that we would have better resources and that we would have 30 extra squares. So what is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I have no idea how they added 30 to something shaped like this. Suspicious. Was it actually 30? Okay, so we have a storehouse built in a cool and well-ventilated location. This storehouse has exquisite construction and design. As a result, it's warm in the winter and cool in the summer, making it a great place to store resources. Yeah, one thing that like a lot of Eastern cultures really got right was having a separate storehouse from your residence, because oftentimes houses catch on fire because we have fires and candles and we cook. And so a lot of places in the West, house fires destroyed family heirlooms, whereas in the East, a lot of families have these ancient heirlooms because they were stored in storehouses that don't generally burn. So I always thought that was just an interesting thing of history. There are some residents. This simple residence has all the daily living needs provided for those who reside here. Just me and my small family of 29. I guess this is like a block rather than a single house. Storehouse in good old granite, that's right. The amount of wood resources doesn't matter, it matters the level of them. Okay. We have a level 9 and a level 11. I have no idea. I have no points of reference. But spawned a lot more resource features. Yeah, I did say it would give us extra resources. Way bigger than a standard village. You definitely got the bonus. Okay, cool. Those are huge? Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, I get that a lot. Storehouse in the old grain. Oh, yeah, I already read that. They'll get stronger over time. Okay. Okay, and then finally, Taiwu Village. Taiwu Village is the heart of the region and residence to the Taiwu clan. Life in the village is simple, if somewhat impoverished. Oh, we're going to be rich. Don't you worry. We're going to defeat evil and become rich. We're going to be Ghostbusters. It's peaceful, almost beyond belief. Residents do not lock their doors as they sleep the nights away soundly. Scale is 1 out of 15, no damage. Construction space, 33. Stone house expansion, 25. I have no idea what that means. Okay, so it said, click the build icon in the bottom. Constructing a building requires available construction space. If space is insufficient, no new building can be constructed. We can plan, repair a building, or do demolition. I would like that, please. I am going to read all these, I think. Like I said, we are in new waters for me. Storehouse. The storehouse is a building used to store various supplies divided into private vault, treasury, and warehouse. Make sure Taiwu is on a settlement tile to access items in the storehouse. The private vault keeps only Taiwu's personal gear. Only Taiwu can take things out. The treasury is for storing communal resources and items of Taiwu Village. Taiwu villagers will store and retrieve resources and items based on their own needs. The warehouse is used to hold people required. The warehouse is used to hold goods required by trade buildings and food required by the banquet hall. Okay, warehouse for storing resources, treasury for people, private for me. Storehouse. If the total weight of items in the storehouse exceeds its capacity, those items will randomly be lost during month advance. Expanding or constructing a new storehouse can increase storage space. Taiwu villagers constitute all individual subordinates of Taiwu Village, excluding the successor of Taiwu. They all obey your commands. You can assign villagers to participate in industry, construction, and operations. You can also invite villagers as companions at any time, offering aid within a companion party. The industry interface is where you can check the residency of characters from various factions and manage their work assignments. If Taiwu is on any tile, use the industry view to check and manage buildings, natural resources, and villagers of Taiwu. Industry view. When Taiwu is on a settlement tile, you can enter that settlement's industry view when it's and use its industry buildings. Yeah, we need to make armor, we need to make a sword. We got lots of crafting to do. The industry view is made up of several industry squares, areas where buildings and natural resources are placed. To construct new buildings or gather natural resources, placement must occur only in empty industry square. Natural resources within the industry interface can yield operational output for associated resource buildings and provide various special resource effects to their host settlement. The greater the scale of the natural resource, the higher its operational output and the stronger its resource effect. If a settlement hosts multiple instances of the same natural resource, you'll only receive the special resource effects from the top 5 with the highest scales, which decrease sequentially. Demolition can remove buildings or resources from an industry tile, freeing up construction space. Upon completion of demolition, you'll receive a certain amount of resource. The greater the scale level of the building or natural resource, the more resources you gain when demolishing it. Abandoned spots like weed pile of rubble, and ruins are usually the first things that one needs to demolish. Industry buildings can be categorized as resource buildings, martial buildings, fine arts buildings, and so on. By constructing various buildings within Taiwu Village and assigning villagers to operate them, players can continuously gather items and resources or acquire diverse special effects and functionalities. Extension buildings are buildings that necessitate certain base buildings and natural resources for their construction and activation. Extension buildings must be built within a 2-square radius of the required dependencies. Okay, so there is some puzzle here. Via the build action, you can place new buildings or natural resources onto any empty industrial square. Building a building requires a one-time cost of core materials and resources. Once built, you can assign 1 to 3 villagers to staff buildings to keep it running. The more highly skilled your assigned villagers are, the higher their dispositions total, the faster the build time will be, though it always takes at least 1 month. Remember, built buildings always take space in Taiwu Village. If you run out of room, you can't build anything new. If construction space is tight, you either need to boost Taiwu Village support level to gain more space, or tear down buildings to free up space. Okay, so we actually can expand our place even bigger. Most fine arts buildings require learning the corresponding fine art. Don't forget, extension buildings depend on certain base buildings and natural resources for their construction. Ooh. The game is a big tutorial. This is the way of cultivation. Yeah, that's how I feel about it. You have to cultivate to play cultivation games. Suffering until immortality. Anything below is a grind. Mateus is a lazy immortal. I'm on to you now. I recall Jenny telling me that there's a distance malice. They aren't saying it, but I think it's best to build resource gatherer buildings right next to the resource. Okay, yep, makes sense. All right, right now I'm only allowed to build the temple. The Taiwu Ancestral Temple, a place for worshiping the successors of Taiwu clan, as well as discussing family affairs and educating future generations. Built with the core material Taiwu ancestry, it grants prestige to Taiwu at the turn of each month. The higher the envoy's reputation in this building, the higher the astrology attainment of the people, the more prestige they can gain. Can spend prestige to grant Taiwu villagers different professions and traits. Can dispatch envoys as stewards to lead disciples to operate and study astrology. Okay. All right, we need 500 of every base resource except for herbs and food. Okay, so I'm not going to be allowed to click this, I assume. No one has been assigned yet. Insufficient resources. Okay, so it said the better their disposition. I assume disposition is another word for mood. Depressed. Why is that not? Oh no, I did favorability. We have one person who's happy. I thought they were celebrating. Did we roll a snow mountain? I'll double check, but I didn't read that, so I'm gonna guess no. All right, Yu Guao. What a hardy looking lady. She's the only person who's happy in my entire village. You seem like the type of lady I need to build me a temple. And then everyone else is depressed. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I really do. You seem like you would like to build one. I'm not picking the rebellious person. And you. All right, but I'm not going to be able to do it because I don't have the resources. Okay, so I need to go collect up to 500 of these things. Do I have a snowy mountain? I have a stone ridge, gemstones, stone ridge, lone summit. I have a few of those. A flame pond. No. I also have in my personal vault, one of the things we took were these resources that are supposed to let us build something. So maybe that's going to help. Young beasts. Offspring of ordinary wild animals possessing great wit. Adorable to behold. Use this as a core material to build a beast herd. To build Lone Summit, Stone Ridge, Everspring Gorge, Meteoric Iron Crater. Is a tile feature seed. Okay, I assume these other ones are too then. All right, let's not fight the tutorial though. Let's go collect what we need to collect. Okay, so we need 500, 500, 500, 500. Okay. Let's check. Have I finished studying? No. Okay. I'm going to let this finish up, I suppose. We're already that deep into it. Yeah, look at that. That actually has a lot of food. Okay, so see if you can assign the villagers collect resources. I think I need resource buildings to do that. Special function, cricket chamber. I don't think I have any UI for that yet. I think we're still in tutorial, so it's going to make us do what it wants us to do. Okay, so let's go here. There was a decent amount of wood. Nice, very nice. Okay, one more collection of wood and we'll be good. You have a bunch of herbs I don't need. All right, let's move to here. A agate bracelet. And we will collect the wood. Okay, and there's our 500 wood. They can go in map. Use our unearthed metals. Okay, we need 100 more metal. We could get some resources breaking down the weeds. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna collect it for now. We can always use that later. Okay, that has decent stuff. Nope, I don't need any more wood. We'll get the metal. I'm gonna just try to stay right on track. Just get exactly what we need. We need some jade. You can go in the map. The collect panel has dispatch villager button. Okay, next time I'm there, I'll click it. Oh, getting silk, huh? All right, wood, metal, fabric. You don't have to go back to the villager interface. Are you? Oh, no, I can't click that button. Industry? Oh, okay. Okay. And then you said gather button? It's grayed out. I guess we could start a demolition. Ruins probably have decent stuff in them, right? Gonna give me silver and prestige. Okay, that's not helpful at the moment. Weeds do have stuff in them. Is there any reason I would want to save weeds? This seems to be my biggest weed pile. All right, so we can assign villagers here. I'm not going to be too sussed about who we're sitting. Not what I want. Who we send at the moment. Weeds can go. Okay. Yeah, let's not be picky. Just whoever. You guys get out there and weed the garden, please. Okay, they're working on it. I'm going to continue collecting anyways. Resource buildings. Resource buildings require specific natural resources for their construction. When built, you can regularly harvest resources from nearby natural resources and have a chance to gain corresponding reagents and resource core materials. The greater the scale level of nearby natural resources, the better the harvesting yield. You can view the harvested products within the outcomes interface of the building. The higher the scale of resources, the more output it provides to nearby resource buildings, and the stronger its special resource effect becomes. By cultivation action, you can raise a natural resources scale level, and each scale level cultivation costs one corresponding core resource material. The maximum scale of each resource is 20. Okay. All right, I have enough wood. I'm also kind of using this time to explore a little bit. I don't want food. That doesn't really have what I want. Out of energy. Okay. It's not clear now, but it may be best to not gather from tiles with resource pools that go higher than 125, because at 125, you can transplant it to improve your resource income. Okay. I'm sure these are things that I will have to learn and remember as we go. Tiger Fang Spear. All right, for now, I'm gonna break that immediately and just harvest. We have all the time in the world, so we'll get there. Oh, they must have finished their collection. Okay, we're done. Let's go back. Okay, so they finished clearing out the weeds. Build the Taiwu, so we want to go here. We want to go here. We want to assign people. Like I said, I don't know if this really matters, but we'll pick the one happy person in town. We can begin construction. All right, we need to put it somewhere. I can literally put it anywhere. I think we're going to keep this near the village core. Yeah, I just don't know what I don't know, so eeny, meeny, miny, mo, I suppose. Alright, that's where it's going. Under construction, Taiwu Ancestral Temple. Do I have enough left over? Alright, so what is my best woodland? We have 9. Was it really just 2 of them? Let me just double check that I'm not missing one. No. All right, so 11 is our best one. Can I build? No, you're not gonna let me build anything else? No. Okay, we're in tutorial. It's just not gonna let me yet. Okay, what else would I want to do then? I need to finish 1 more month of studying, apparently. I guess we could just pass the time and I can actually hold some extra energy. Did I ever fully recharge? 50. No, it should be up to 55. So I shouldn't spend that yet. Everything else is recharged. All right, you know what? Let's just do a study thing here and we'll see if we can get that done. No, we're not. 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. All right. We're done with that book. Out of here. All right. Yeah, we did get those other ones. So it was because we were still in the adventure I couldn't see these. So I'm not really interested in eye jab, but this shuttling step might have some use. Let's go ahead and research that. And then let's see if those are our best. Actually, the move skill, that makes sense. If you're studying a move skill, having another move skill makes more sense. And then we'll use the iron skin. All right, we are studying. Let's pass a month. Save our energy. Okay, now I'm a little more interested in this screen. So what do we have here? These are probably still out of my reach, so I'm not going to worry about those. But now this is actually interesting. Okay, so we have an income of stuff. It looks like we get a little bit of everything at least, as like a baseline perhaps. We have a 31 population. We have 4 early kids. There are 25 people idle. We have residents for 49. We have no stone houses. We have 70 weight in the storehouse. We have some culture, some stability, and some construction space. Construction completed. We constructed the Taiwu Ancestral Temple.
Through the joint efforts of Taiwu and the villagers of their town, the Taiwu Clan Ancestral Hall has finally been rebuilt. As the incense burned steadily in the hall, the villagers seemed to find once again the courage and hope they had lost, rising with the clear smoke that drifted from the temple to the celestial clouds.
Okay. Through joint effort of Dun Taiwu and the villagers of Taiwu Village, Taiwu Ancestral Temple has finally been rebuilt. Now that the offerings in Taiwu Ancestral Temple continued, the villagers of Taiwu Village seem to have found their former courage and hope again in the pure smoke drifting to the clouds from the Ancestral Temple. I suppose it was destined after all. The Ancestral Temple indeed looks exactly the same as the one I saw from the dream. After performing a simple rite, Dun Taiwu climbed up to the highest expanse near Taiwu Village and looked down to see the village in ruins and desolation. An idea involuntarily arose in their mind. Now that I've called myself Taiwu, of course I should reside here. Now that we've rebuilt the Ancestral Temple, we can certainly rebuild everything else here too. Once this thought arose, the spirit burns brightly and mightily. When Dun Taiwu looked over the village again, a vision of a bustling and prosperous village and lots of money immediately appeared before his eyes. I seem to remember seeing in the village... Okay, I'm guessing this is something we can pick. So mini crafting tools. If we could build a workshop with them, we could sustain ourselves. Herb cabinets and tools. If we could prepare medicine for them, we could maintain great health and cure the wounded. For arts, if we could develop culture education, we could attract and nurture many talents. Many sutras and stels. We could make spiritual offerings and could preach Buddha's teachings. Many toys and antiques. We could change our culture with them and entertain our people. I think we're going to go crafting. Yeah, I'm definitely doing crafting. Like I said, he's going to be a blacksmith and a cook. And so yeah, obviously he wants to foster those industries. Very nice. And hey, I have skill in this. I have skill in this. I have skill in this. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. So there you go. So a kiln smithing table. A set of smithing table and kiln that can withstand high temperature and heavy impact. The kiln is crimson red because the fire within never dies out. Carpenter tools. Dye and loom. Weaving workshop. Carpentry mill, carpentry shred. Use this core material to build an open-air foundry. Build it near a fire refining room as an extension structure to discover talents with outstanding aptitude in smithing. A fire refining room. Remember that. Build it near a carpentry shed. Build it near an embroidery edifice. Crude stone. Stones gathered from various places. Fine jade may be hidden within. Use this as a core material to build a crude stone shop for stone storage. Build it near a jewel crafter workshop as an expansion structure. Yeah, we took mountain as our terrain, so this is like gonna kind of be our bread and butter is metal and jade, I assume. And ritualistic jadeware. A masterpiece printing presented to Jiang Zaya to King Wu of Zhao, depicting 6 types of jadeware. Having established a Zhou dynasty, the king would later use them in rituals and when appointing officials, hence the piece's name. Is that like a recipe or just another book? In the world is treacherous and everything brings ill omens. Then there is also Xing Shu lurking in the dark. I am but a greenhorn starting out in the world. I wonder if I will find my foster father, and what about my future? Okay, so let's see what we have here. I might actually deviate here. All I seek is to not besmirch the name of Taiwu and not betray the hopes placed in me by the people. If I may bring everyone in the world harmony, where they can live and work in peace, then I shall wish for nothing more. I only hope that Taiwu village may ultimately become that eternally peaceful land of sanctuary in my heart. Taking the role of local emperor might be rather amusing. If I can establish this place as my base and bring the entire world to kneel before me in submission. Jadeware looks like a fine arts book, technically a recipe. Okay, I think we're just gonna go moderate. We are gonna stick with him. So he's just kind of a simple lad. Just, you know, I wish everyone could just live in peace and we could have a nice village and make some money and learn some martial arts. Reached euphoric mood. Ooh. The seagull flew astray, chasing the waves, yet by a boulder it met its end, plunging into deep waters. I have no wings to soar high and above. Shall I dare to say this night stretches as long as daylight? I assume that's probably a poem that sounds better. This is good. Legacy rekindled. Rebuild the ancestral shrine. All right, what are you telling me? The Fuyu Hilt. Successor of Taiwu, or just Taiwu, is the protagonist of the Scroll of Taiwu and the identity you assume in the game. The successor of Taiwu's mission is to oppose Zongshu and save the Taiwu world. Legacy. When performing Taiwu inheritance, you may use the previous Taiwu's legacy points to select Taiwu bonuses for the succeeding Taiwu. In addition to naturally generated legacy, you can also consume legacy points to draw additional random legacy. Bewitched. Characters who have already been possessed are known as the Bewitched. The Bewitched lack normal behavior abilities and attack other characters at month advance, prioritizing Taiwu if Taiwu is nearby. When Taiwu defeats a Bewitched character, they may use the Fuyu Hilt to cure the Bewitched. That should have popped up when I did that in the tutorial. Are you not supposed to be able to do that in the tutorial? When we saved Situ? Bewitched. At month's advance, Bewitched in the world may be captured and escorted to the stone house in Taiwu village. Taiwu may deal with the imprisoned Bewitched within the house. Okay, so that's actually like a game thing. Imprint. Through Imprint, I find that hilarious that they use Situ here. The information of those close to Taiwu can be recorded within the Taiwu Hilt. On character screen of an adult companion whose favorability has reached devoted, click Imprint button to complete the process. When setting up a new journey, you can use the information of those imprinted characters to create a new Taiwu, or let them become part of the countless living beings who participate in the evolution of the new world. Legacy points. Taiwu's lifetime of experience will convert into legacy points. When performing Taiwu inheritance, you can use... Okay, I think we read that one. Yeah, I think we read that one. Okay, no, we didn't. Legacy points. During your adventure, forming bonds with others, cultivating fine arts, martial arts, and aspirations all grant legacy points. Okay, so our meta progression is the village, and then also like sect reputation, and then these things. So we want to form bonds, we want to do fine arts, do martial arts, and do aspirations, so that when we die, we will have more people. Okay, I like it. Training interrupted. Oh, operational progress 0. What are you telling me here? Scale is 1 out of 1, not damaged. All right, so we need to assign people to our temple. Steward not dispatched. Taiwu Ancestral Temple. The Taiwu Ancestral Temple serves as a shrine to the descendants of the Taiwu clan and also a vital place for Taiwu's discussion and supervision of villagers. Taiwu may assign villagers as staff to the Taiwu Temple to gain prestige. The Taiwu Temple houses the village records of successive Taiwu figures. Within the village records, you can view the details of past successors. Okay, so we want a steward, and they're going to train people in astrology. The event is now an owl. I missed that. I'll have to look. Taiwu. Is it a martial arts cow? That'd be a Tai Mumu. My sword making skills. It auto assigns the best people. I want to understand why and who, though. It's very important to use for some buildings and for buying martial arts. Okay. Select the required character. So what stat would make a good steward? Is there anything that's going to show me something about that? Workplace, position, idle, profession. Is everyone just a villager? Everyone is just a villager. Have it auto and then choose who was, and then review who was chosen. Okay. Where is the auto? Okay, quick dispatch. I see. Dispatch settings. The highest attainment. Prioritize dispatching characters with the highest attainment required for building operations. Highest talent. Prioritize dispatching the character with the highest talent required for the instruction on the buildings. Prioritize dispatching characters with the highest number of books or fine arts or martial arts to study for the building. Dispatch restrictions eligible. Okay, I don't think we can do that one yet. Lock character. Selected characters will be locked. Okay, so it's not going to move people around. Okay, apprentice settings. I think for them, I would rather have the highest talent. I want the best person to do the job, and I want the apprentices to have the best talent. Dispatch restrictions, non-pro. When checked, villagers with profession will not be dispatched. Children... No, when checked, underage children may be dispatched. Potential is exhausted. Lock character, dispatch quantity 6. Okay. Send only children. Andrew really wants to form his child army. All right. So quick dispatch. It did put some kids in here. That makes sense though, right? Because we want apprentices who have time to learn the skill. So the best person in our village is 17 years old. He's unconvincing. Okay. Benevolent. He's a villager. He has talent of 82 and his attainment is 82. He's a tier 9 teacher and he's 232% efficient. Okay. Just out of curiosity, so what's your name? Xin Ming Tang. I just want to see if I can compare anything here. Okay, so we have potential. Training count. What is that? Not on this screen, apparently. Tier. Okay, potential. I can't sort by potential? Seems rather weird. Okay, 36 seems to be the norm. So that guy is by far definitely going to be the best. Although his potential on this screen shows 36. But here, I guess potential isn't talent. Okay. Prestige collections 86. Nidavellir is my favorite dom nation for a reason. I love flooding the worlds with cubs. And Andrew's dream is truly to start that child army. Check the Fine Arts tab at the top. I assume that was for this screen. Fine Arts tab. That was definitely not this screen. Martial art. Oh, Fine Arts. Okay. Music, okay, so we wanted astrology, and he was the best one. Okay. And the second one would be Yan Yi. Did you get put in here? You did. Okay. It's all coming together, builders. All coming together. Thank you, Shinosuke. And Mateus. Okay. Yep. No. You confirm. Okay, so he's running it. We've got these people. 23. Oh my gosh, you looked like a little kid. 39. 18. 41. I assume that it would probably be better to have younger people as apprentices, but I'm not going to fight it right now because I just don't know enough. So we'll leave that with what it did. So we don't have any books to read, I'm guessing, is what that's telling me. Okay. Remaining potential. Okay, so does potential transfer up into talent? Is that what this is kind of implying? Since it says the word remaining. Need to give them books. Okay. And I can put the books in the warehouse, right? And they will auto grab what they need. Okay, I think I understand that as much as I'm going to right now. Storehouse. Okay, so this is just the basic stuff. Operation, craft resources. Beast pack. Okay, oh, no, maybe this was, no, this was just resource. It was treasury, wasn't it? Treasury was the one. Expansion. Some buildings have a scale level, and you can increase the scale level through the expansion to gain better effects. The number of lower left corner of the building icon shows its scale level. If there's no number, it means the building lacks scale level and cannot be expanded. How each building expands and what resources it consumes are unique. Okay. We could gift them. Okay, I'm happy with that. So for us, this is my personal stuff. Okay, type. Okay, so let me double check this. So I think we have read everything of fine arts, right? So we have all of these read. It might be worth hanging on to one or two for a reference, or I could just stick them in there until I need them. Maybe we'll just stick them in there until I need them. So if we go to here, and then we go to treasury. Too much input, my CPU brain's overheating. I'm trying to read for learning. 16 kinds of boiling water. Okay. I think we're done with all these books. Somebody said I took a trait that just auto-read early books, so I'm gonna believe them. All right, we're leaving all of our fine books here. I don't think we have anything about astrology, though. Culinary, smithing, Taoism, weaving, carpentry. Yeah, we were not focused on that. I am gonna keep the books with me that I want to read, although I'm never gonna read iJab. You know what? If somebody wants to learn iJab, more power to you. Actually, you know what? Let's learn something else. Let's try to give that book to Situ, because that is, well, that's not her sect, but that seems like something she might do. Might jab people in the eyes. Okay, and then there's also no reason that I need to keep... How did that end up in here? Why did that default to putting these... Oh no, they did go to the treasury. Okay. No, they didn't. That is my private vault. Okay. I'm not gonna fight that. Build. Yes. Okay. Storehouse Banquet Hall Residence, Reincarnation Platform, do a main story. The Tea Horse Caravan, main story. Okay, Water, Stone Ridge, Woodland, Lone Summit. Okay, so this is like creating new things. A tree farm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hey guys, I think there's a little bit of village management in this game. I was expecting like a woodcutter and a carpenter and like a store. Holy moly. Wow, okay. Okay. We're gonna need a bigger boat. I think we're gonna need more land. Need to find a wife with huge tracts of land. Okay, well, wow, that threw me for a little bit of a loop. Okay, I was hinted at it might be a good idea to get wood income increased. So how do we increase wood income? A carpentry shed, a carpentry shop, a carpentry mill, and a construction workshop. Just as well you get bigger village. Okay. All right, so my helpers. If I want to increase wood production, what do? Do I build carpentry stuff, or do I need to do the resource? I assume it would be resource building, and then like a tree farm. We got pastures, steel ropeway, resource building. Okay, so I was right. I'm gonna guess it's tree farm. Employ farmers to plant trees densely in places suitable for growth. Then maintain, manage, and irrigate them to aid the growth. Built beside woodland, requires villagers to manage, produces wood for carpentry, with a small chance to harvest verdant plant from the woodland, which can be used to construct woodland or expand it. Okay, I understand. So let's click on that. We need to assign people to do it. Let's get Yun Gao, I love your go get 'em attitude. I'm gonna put you in charge as our head contractor. All right, and then from there, does it matter who I pick to build? It said mood affected things maybe, but does anything else affect them? Otherwise, I'm just gonna randomly pick people to help because I don't know any difference yet. I'm not gonna pick the depressed person or the rebellious person. It does a little. Reminds me of the Bloons Monkey City, but with less microtransactions. I don't know what that is, but I hate microtransactions, so there you go. I'd auto dispatch. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna do this one, but yeah, we should do that. And I want to do it to learn why. I want to learn why. I'm in it for the long haul here, so I want to understand the systems, not just do the thing. Okay, so we're gonna start construction. Okay. We had 2 places. We have a 9 woodlands, and we have an 11. So obviously the 11 would be better, right? And then people were saying they thought that being adjacent was better than not adjacent. We're kind of cramped because I'm also thinking that we probably want to put our carpentry buildings nearby. So I think one of these spots might be for the best. I think we're going to put it right here, and then we'll build some carpentry here maybe. Here maybe. All right, I don't know what I don't know. Do it. Okay, we are working on that. Okay, that's one. I think maybe we get some of all the base stuff. We also could clear out some more of the other things. So we don't need weeds. Let's get rid of weeds. All right. Quick dispatch. Ah, I only need 1 person to get rid of all the weeds, so I overstaffed the last one. Okay. Any other weeds? Actually, I shouldn't do too many because we do have a maximum amount of storage. What was my maximum storage? No, that was not the right one. Yeah, 1,000. Oh, okay, hang on. And we lose stuff. Okay, I want to expand this immediately because we're already losing materials. Hang on, buddy. Hang on. I know, I'm sorry. Stop demolition. That's gonna way overburden our thing. All right, so I want to upgrade a storehouse. How do we do that? scale limit, so I can raise the level. We have operating buildings, expansion. This is the right... Oh, okay, I can click. Okay. So right now we're overloaded with wood, we're overloaded with herbs, we're overloaded with food. I hate it. Hello, Doomsday. I'm new here and I would love to watch the game to the point where you can kill Zhongshu or whatever his name is. That's the goal. The support of people watching is the limit, basically. Since you're new, I'll just say I work on a contract for my real job and I have summers off. So I'm going to stream a lot over the next couple months. And this is going to be the AM stream as long as it stays enough people watching that it's not better that I go work on videos instead. So as long as people keep watching, I'm going to keep playing. And things will speed up, right? I'm learning so much right now. It's very slow. So I'm sure if you're here at this point, you don't mind that. But I'm sure a lot of people are going to bounce off when they try to watch the stream. But we'll get going and things will be faster because I won't have to read tutorials and whatnot. So the goal is to beat the game. We'll see if I can do that, if that's going to be possible. So yeah, it's going to be 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. And we're going to pound on this. Hey, Abby. Good to see you, man. How'd your airport drive go? I think that is how much you need to upgrade, not the storage. Okay. Okay. All right, but what does this button do then? I'm gonna click it. Cost, wood. Cost 1,000. I'm doing it. Actually, let's do it with food first. Okay, so we added some boxes. I'm not sure that I'm reading this the right way. Can increase the amount of items and resources in town sect can store. Bigger storehouses can store more. And it did raise my scale. Okay. Okay, so that did do what I thought. So 1 out of 9. No, 2 out of 9. 1, 2, obviously 9. So, okay. So what is the cost? Did that cost me food? I had 2,000. Maybe? Okay, let's do herbs next. I have 2,700 herbs. Cost is 1,000 herbs. We built this barrel out of herbs, and it did lower my herbs. Okay, I understand. I think I want to do that, but that's not telling me what my maximum is. Monthly gain. How do I tell how much? How can I tell what my maximum storage is? Let's try. All right, your first test, Taiwupedia. Your first test. Storage space indicates the maximum weight the storehouse can hold. If items stored in the storehouse exceed the weight, you may lose items. Increasing the scale of a storehouse through expansion increases the storage space. 1 through 9. Storage space equals the storehouse scale times 50. That seems incredibly low. That seems incredibly low. The storehouse scale times 50? So that's 150 storage? That doesn't feel right. Bottom left is the weight limit. Oh, okay. 150. What is the weight lift of wood? What does this weigh? Or is this just not even a thing? Like this actually doesn't actually have a maximum. And what I'm raising is more like our actual inventory of stuff. Because that's not in my inventory, right? I guess we could go that route. Yeah, these are like the special items. Also, apparently I have carpenter tools. Wood and resources don't have weight. Okay. Okay. I'm fine with upgrading that, but I'm not as big of an emergency then. Regents have weight. Okay. I've never seen a game like this where you have a Wikipedia integrated in the game. I've had some. Some are better, some are worse, but this is a good one. This is a real good one. Wait. Taiwu video. The thing I really like about this one, let me just find like a good example. Yeah, so tons of information here, but they don't overwhelm me because I can click view details if I want to learn more, and then I can click on this if I want to learn more. And according to the game, all the game formulas should be in here under Grandmaster info. So if we wanted to learn about whatever I have open, this is the equation. Base drop chance. The higher the tier item, the lower the base chance drop. So yeah, I'm very excited for that because I hate having to alt tab out of a game to look something up. I do it because I like to learn, but I much prefer this. This also, assuming it's correct, will be the definitive source. The opposite would be something like Amazing Cultivation Simulator. I spent probably 100, 200 hours learning from people on Discord because there was no other good source for me to learn from. Okay, we learned that these don't have maximums, so we can clear out the weeds. All right, sorry, buddy. We are building a tree farm. Let's get the other base resources. So we need food, we need metal, jade, fabric, and herbs. So we have a gemstone here. Okay, here's a stone ridge. What is our best stone ridge? 13 is currently the highest. Stone ridge. That's a 12. 13 is still the highest. 7. 15. Okay, 15 is the highest. 15 is the highest. Okay, so we will build next to Stone Ridge 15. Okay, here's another interface. Scales 15 out of 20, we know that. Oh, okay. One of my talents we took at the beginning of the game let us pick some upgrade materials, one of which I do remember was that living stone, and that was in my private storage, because I just commented on that. So we could raise the level of this stone ridge if we use that. We raise to 1, we get another basic resource. Fascinating game, but holy F, yeah. ACS is a madness. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If this didn't come out this summer, we probably would have done a playthrough of that. The 15, by the way, is the max cap of your resource gathering building next to resource. Okay, that's good info. Okay, so we're gonna raise this to 16. Same type of resource. Oh, okay, I'm dinging you a point, game. It's untranslated. I keep saying this, but my phone has Google Lens, and Google Lens, I can just hold it up and auto-translates. It's okay. Only the top 5 largest resources of the same type provide bonuses. I am amazed. You know the saying, any technology sufficiently advanced appears as if it's magic? That automatic translation in real time, it's not even a picture. It's in using my camera, and it places the English over the Chinese characters like it's part of the picture. That's the first piece of technology that I almost feel like it's magic. That is amazing to me. The fact that it's not like, oh, I take a picture and it scans it and then like it just tells me something. The fact that it's in real time on my camera and it translates Chinese, which for anyone who used to deal with machine translations, this would have been like, only the top 5 dragon ancestors of your mother's maiden name will strengthen the bloodline. It would have been garbage like that instead of a completely coherent sentence. So yeah, I'm amazed by that. Too bad Google's doing evil. Yeah, well, they got rid of their old motto, don't be evil. Very interesting coincidence, isn't it? Okay, upgrade. Sure, we're learning. We have a level 16 stone now. And then I want to collect stone. So we're going to build. We're going to do a resource building. I assume it's going to be a mine. We could get a dike made from plants and trees with a mixture of mud, sand, and stone. The dike helps water storage and flood control. Build besides waters. Requires villagers to manage. Produces fish and poultry foodstuffs using cooking. So if we had picked up plains as our city terrain, that probably would have been more useful. We picked mountains, and so obviously we have a lot of mountainy stuff. Also, it's snowing apparently. There you go. Okay, resource building, mine. Still, I am gonna just take a second and read through these. A slurry channel, or no, a slurry canal. Direct sludge and dirty water from all into a low-laying swamp. So we could build a swamp, basically. Okay. For poisons and herbs. A flower farm. Gemstone mine, water wheel pasture. Escort agency. Okay, now I'm moving into other things. Okay, let's not get distracted. We're building a mine. We're gonna quick dispatch. 2 dudes. Being in construction. That looks like a great spot. Okay, so we have done wood, we have done metal, jade. I assume that this is going to be jade? Gemstones. Okay. What is my best gemstone deposit? We got nothing up here. You are not gemstones. Rubble, ruins, beast pack. Okay, we do have a beast pack. That's good. That's at least one source of food, maybe. A 9 gemstone. That seems very low compared to the other ones we've been looking at. Another 9 gemstone. An 8 gemstone. And that is it. Okay, this seems like a fine spot. Where's my other one? Oh my goodness, where was my other one? Why did I suddenly... Oh, there it is, 9. We're gonna clear these out. And those out. That's an... Oh, that's an 8. And that's a 9. Okay. 8, 9, 9. Okay. Got it. 9 is still good. I got a lot of 3 and 5s. What terrain did you take, Shinosuke? For lack of a better word, greed is good. Thank you, French. Who would think a megacorp would be evil? Because good is dumb? I think lawful stupid is a thing, but I don't think good is dumb. They got a super complicated town builder with lots of buildings. Damn, I'm gonna have to lock my door for a week. Dude, and what's funny is what I'm most excited about is actually the martial arts, and we haven't even like touched that hardly. I do like this stuff too, though. I do quite enjoy a good little builder. And I love games that have lots of characters. So like, yeah, I'm very excited. Okay, let's build it right here, I think. So we're gonna build a resource building, and we need a gemstone mine. This mine was excavated to collect gemstones, and while more difficult than open pit mining, it tends to be more profitable. A build beside gemstones requires villagers to manage, produces jade materials used for jewel crafting, with a small chance to harvest uncut jade from gemstones, which you can use to construct gemstone or expand it. Okay, so even if you start with crappy resources, there's a chance that you get the upgrade materials. Cool, I like that. Again, oh, we don't have enough resources. Ah, okay. All right, my work is done. Let's clear out some more weeds. Now that I know that we don't have to worry about room. More weeds. No, I don't want to do that. No. Quick dispatch. Okay, I think we're just gonna have the villagers weed right now, so I'm just gonna go around, we're gonna clear out all the weeds. Alright, that seems like a decent amount. You took the plane. That should be the area that has lots of food, if I remember right. Yeah, it was kind of like that in Tale of Immortal. Like, the NPCs kind of, sort of did things, but it could also be incredibly frustrating. Like you'd give like your friends everything they needed to break through, and then they'd spend 5 years not breaking through, and then someone would rob them. Don't forget resource limit. I thought we didn't have a resource limit. I thought we established that these were unlimited. Have I fried my brain? What's the yellow arrow at the top of the village? Yellow arrow. Are you talking about this? Training interrupted. Taiwu Ancestral Temple training interrupted. I don't know what that means, although apparently we nabbed a kid out of here. All right, get to work, Shao King Tang. Select this option will automatically assign idle villages to feel the work. I don't want to automate things until I understand why. Town village name. Town village name. I am apparently way too blind for this. It's the building. Ah, gotcha. Taiwu village. I think it's just a decoration. Taiwu village. Scale 1 out of 15. Building, construction speed, stone house expansion. So there's the Stell and the different ones. Usage unknown for now. I assume this means when we get reputation. Reaffirm support. In Taiwu Village Central Building stands a stele inscribed with the ancient vows of the Taiwu clan and various sects. Spend prestige to light up the sect stele to reaffirm an allegiance and boost Taiwu Village support level. The higher the support level of Taiwu Village, the more industry construction space it gains for building buildings, and the larger capacity for a Taiwu Village stone house becomes. Once you reaffirm an alliance, the sect will send disciples to visit the village and gift corresponding items. Maybe we do. We do have an expansion button, but it seems like we're not ready to do that yet. Crickets can be displayed for appreciation. There you go. Oh, we can rename our village. I don't know if I want to do that. Taiwu Village is kind of what it is. I'll think about that. I'll think about it. Okay, and that just lists our resources, and that lists what we're building. Okay, I am with it. And it did change into an owl. That's cool. I wonder if that's based on what month it is. Maybe we'll have a bird for every season. Okay, and we stopped building because we didn't have the resources to build. We put the books in the storehouse thinking that people might read them. Okay, I don't really have much else I need to necessarily do. We could work on our book. I'm not in a super hurry, though. That's the only book I'm working on. This is really bugging me. Like, training interrupted. What? Can I just miss that? I do not know. But it bumped me out here when I right-clicked. Search for the encounter Tomb Immortal. Okay. We will go search for our Tomb Immortal. Books are in the wrong storehouse. They're in the treasury, which I believe is correct. Private is my own stuff. In fact, I probably should move this jade thing. Let me actually make sure I've read that. Treasury, I think, is for everyone. Warehouse is the resources. Oh, maybe I am correct. No, I think the warehouse is where they're selling things, if I remember that tooltip. I think that's how that works. Okay, but do we need to read this other book? Apparently we have counted as reading the ritualistic jadeware. All right, so we can stuff that in there. So treasury, ritualistic jadeware, put it in there. And yeah, there's our storehouse weight. So we're at 60 out of 200. So we're gonna need a lot of storehouses, I have a feeling. My loot goblin will kick in at some point. It would also be nice, I mean, there's no reason not to upgrade the thing while we already have it built. We'll make that a secondary goal at the moment. I want to get basic resources, and I want to get to where I can craft myself gear and a weapon. So I assume that I need the metal industry to be able to do that. Okay, and there's blue here, which before has perhaps indicated that there is an encounter there. Just to check. Oh, never mind. Maybe it's over here. Okay, we'll head in that direction either way. Okay, there was nothing here. Excavation. Assess the situation. Probably no relics here. Okay, that's fine. And we have some various villagers that are out here. A bunch of kids, including Yiyu and Jiu Q Wang and Ya Pai. All right, well, you kids have fun. Canyon. Okay, I want to get here, but I guess either way it's bad terrain. All right, I am going to collect a little bit. If I see anything near 100, I'll grab some. We got a bowtie branch. Those type of things are what we're going to craft like actual items out of, rather than the generic resource for buildings. I do know that. Hello? Who are you? And Jua, using the same portrait as our friend. Impeded, rebellious, benevolent. Okay. Babel, I'm very sleepy night now. I sense I changed my schedule and work hours, so good night, everyone. Have a good sleep, Abby. I will see you later. Blue is a travel node. Okay, we probably just don't have that unlocked yet. Will we make the next chosen one? Well, I mean, I'm sure Dune hopes we will. I would like to make it a lineage, but if it doesn't happen, this game explains why it works, so we'll see. We'll see what the story unfolds. Okay, that gave me a bunch of stuff. What is this? Oh, okay, so I can look at other places. They have a mystic serpent lair. The den is home to a large number of snakes and insects. A distinct lack of vegetation nearby, although there's some bones. Are you guys evil? Also, look at how tiny they are. Ha! Imagine having a tiny village. I bet you all the girls giggle when he walks by. And, well, but they do have large tracts of fertile land. Waters. Chicken coop. Okay. I don't think I have much to say about that at the moment. There are people here. Again, I think I'm just gonna focus the main thing at the moment before I really let myself off the leash. Okay, but that didn't give us what I thought it was, which was going to be that event. And it showed us a bunch of the map. Is there anything else on the map? She said nearby. I don't know what nearby means to them. Can you steal their stuff? Dune would never do that, but you can try to steal stuff, I believe. Go and get their chickens. I don't think we have a chicken coop yet, which I assume is required. That was a normal-sized village, so you see how much larger yours is? Why, thank you. Thank you. All right, what do we have here? We got a blackstone grit, and we got a sewing kit. Hey, Jenny, welcome in. Just got off work? Well, welcome, welcome. Found some random silver on the ground. Caravan. Okay, we are looking for the grave. I feel like this is probably further away than what they were indicating. Let's kind of circle back. I assume I probably want to explore all the land, so we'll kind of make a zigzaggy motion going back. Okay, there's 100 jade here. Excavate once, continuously dispatch villager, quick dispatch, mark location. Tools. While crafting or processing an item, using the right tool lets you boost your character's fine art attainment towards what it requires. The higher the tier of the tool, the more attainment you gain. Using a tool for crafting might wear down its durability. If your tool's tier is higher than that of the region or item, the durability won't decrease as easily. Okay, so we want really good tools. You can also craft with hands without tools, but be aware your character's attainment will be cut in half. Taiwu can buy all sorts of tools from major guilds. Through the craftsperson interaction tool exchange, you can trade 3 identical tools for an upgrade. No, for 1 tool with full durability. Okay. I got 109 jade. I'm rich. And an aqua jade. And this area is really rich in metal. So being above 100 seems really good. I assume that gives us a better chance to have that drop, like we just got. Exploring all the land is good since it's your permanent home. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Looks like you're almost finished with the tutorial. Yeah. Hey, for Babel, only 8 hours in tutorial. I'm speed running this. It's not a crime if you don't get caught. All right, Sal, settle down. Get chief buildings and skills. Okay, we'll look at that. All right, apparently I'm just gonna go around and plunder these people's lands. There's a sword over here. What's that? A metacopper machete. Okay, is a machete a blade? I'm just guessing. Equipment. Yeah, machete. It's a weapon. Okay, which weapon are you, though? Subtype gold, silver, blade. Okay, that is a blade. Interesting, it says gold, silver. Okay. That is something we're okay with. But I don't think I want to switch these out yet. This is in case of emergency. If someone's way faster than me and won't close, at least I can throw rocks at them. All right. Nope. A wooden blade. We already have one, but ours is going to wear out at some point. So it will break. I'm mainly looking for the tomb that we were supposed to find, but I'm not going to say no to picking up random stuff. Oh. A brawl. That was not a sword for me to pick up. He's wicked. Uh-oh. Are those marks meaning that he is possessed? Is that what that is? Or is that just a tattoo thing he's got going on? I look like we're about even? We aren't. A gold silver blade would suck. Isn't last if I, yeah. Bro's just tattooed up. The stronger you are, yes, he's demonic. Okay. He's stronger than you are. Is he? How do we tell that? Because I read this with my key versus him about the same. He is, okay, he is wicked. I do see that. He has poison. I don't love that. No active. I don't read him as being that much stronger than we are. Unless I'm missing something that I don't understand. All right, I'm gonna go get my butt kicked. Let's do that. We had a tooltip. Zhongshai underlings are twisted demons from Zhongshai's corruption. They appear most often in eroded regions and within sword mound encounters. Defeating Zhongshai underlings yields soul dew. Were you hitting me while I was reading that? You better not have. I think we're gonna be just fine. He's not faster than me, at least. Yeah, get parried, nerd. Okay, he doesn't seem to be able to have an art, so let's do ours. Yo, where's my hype train? Carrying around my hype men, they're not even hyping me up. What's up with that? All right, finish him. It'd be beautiful if we could finish him off before he gets a chance to actually do a skill. We haven't taken any real wounds yet. You underestimate my power, Shinosuke. You underestimate it. I'll forgive you this time. All right, we got a Penta anti-poison. That sounds amazing. Antitoxin resist plus 30 during duration, heal antitoxin. Cool. And some Soldu. And I didn't even get poisoned. Let me double check that now that I said that so proudly. So health status, no poison. Yeah, I saw that there was an art where you could like poison your skin. So, yeah. Felt good to actually have a fight. We've been in so much tutorial. It'll get better. It'll get better. 91 fabric. Yeah, sure. What is the word? Man, I am so scatterbrained today. For raising and harvesting silkworms, is it silofactory? No, that's not it. Siloculture? It's a weird word. Courting death with Taiwu, good try. That's right. At your difficulty level, early fights won't be too hard, even though you're basically naked. Yeah, we also have a ton of constitution. So my wound is like 190 or something. Like they have to really pummel me to actually wound me. Again, another reason I thought that this would make a good starting character. Once the tutorial is finished, it will leave you to do what you want. Yeah. Sericulture. Thank you, Grinner. Yep, you're right. I recognize that as soon as I read it. Apparently, I need to have more coffee before we do these morning streams. Okay, we are in the month of the ox. We had an epiphany. Okay, we haven't actually had one of these, weirdly enough. You suddenly had an epiphany while reading the shuttling step. Let's look at that. No, let's do this. It's been some time since Dihun Dun first heard tales of the legendary tomb Immortal. Though the location of the fabled tomb Immortal remains unknown to Dihun Dun, rumors about tomb Immortal are spreading ever more widely. Where the breeze wanders in, a way lies for certain. Perhaps the tomb Immortal is more than merely a tale. Yeah, I'm looking for it, man. You got a hint for me, game? All right, let's do our epiphany first. So we got one of these once, but I didn't use it because it was kind of pointless. This one is pointless too, but I'll use it. Hey, Ezekiel, thank you for becoming a member. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I explained this once, but I think I'll go over it again because I think I understand this system. So when you have an epiphany, which you can get a couple ways. For martial arts, you usually get them from fighting. From fine arts, you usually get them from debates. When you get one, you can assign various, what are these called? Insights. And the amount we can spend is based on our comprehension, which again is derived from one of our stats. So you could make a character who's really good at studying. Like there were some sects that were known for scholarship, for example. So for us, right now, we're not going to finish this chapter, for example. So if we go down here, maybe we could finish it. Yeah, if I do vocal reflection, 97%, a random amount. I think we'll just do a second vocal reflection. So now, when we go through, we're going to fully finish this book. I could put more, but we're using up our comprehension stat, and we only regenerate this between months. So I think we're going to stop there, and we're just going to add those for now. We could do others. If we wanted to, we could spend all these. I don't think it's necessarily in this case, but so that's how that works. I like that system. This seems really cool. At some point, I'm sure we're going to get books that are actually hard. So right now we're zipping through these. I assume later on we get books that take us forever to read. And so we actually did finish the book, so we're getting extra XP by reading it again, but same thing applies to what I said. That also means we could do a breakthrough for Shuddering Step, and I should equip it. Let's go do that. So, martial loadout. I'm not going to take off Emperor Long Fist. Well, actually, you know what? We don't even have a fist weapon equipped. I'm going to take that off just to clear up my bar. Oh, and I can't. I see. I can't do this because we're at 1 out of 1 nimble. So does this mean I can move 1 annihilation point? Where do these slots come from? Like, I assume that something I did in character build made this happen. So if I do a -1 here, what does that symbol mean? 1 something. We could add a point to it, but to add a point to it, I need to subtract a point, right? Am I understanding this right? Is this something I can freely move around? Being able to read the same book twice is truly a superpower. I don't know. Some people have like their favorite book, like that they read every year or whatnot. Those spots come from your cultivation books. Okay, so the art I'm using gave me these slots. The very top bar adds slots to the lower bar. Okay, so very top bar adds slots. All right, I'm gonna do something dangerous because I don't know. Okay, so I'm able to remove one of these and add it to this. And can I take that away? I can. Okay, I really like that. You know, we were talking earlier about choice paralysis. I have a problem with permanence paralysis because I don't save scum in games, at least not unless we have a bug or a misclick or a misunderstanding. But I don't go back and redo bad decisions or bad RNG, generally speaking. I get a little bit of permanence paralysis. Like, if this was permanent, would I want to actually move that? The very, very top bar adds a slots. Yeah, I assume that we're getting it from this, is what you're saying. And we have 4. Okay, so we have 4 utility slots, and those must be the 4. Okay, I think I understand that. Okay, now with that there, then we can add our shuttling step. Now we have that equipped. Now, let's go do a breakthrough. I don't think I care about breaking through that. I'm not going to use it, but I do care about this. So this is going to give me... Oh, hey, Jenny, we had a question that no one can answer. On this martial art, the cast effect, I assume that's what you get when I turn it on in combat. What are the practice effects? Do we get those for learning them? Do we get those for having them equipped? Or what is a practice effect? So like here, we get movement speed +4 and equipment mastery +4. What is that? How do I turn that on? And where does it come from? Okay. Ooh, okay, and this one, that's right. Some of the chapters were not orthodox. So this skill is going to give you the heterodox of the skill. And we don't have a choice because of the chapters it had. While this footwork is active, any protection martial art the user casts reduces the enemy's movement speed. Okay. And if it was orthodox, it would raise my speed. Okay, cool. I'm fine with that. Oh, hey, and actually a different outline too. We've always had to use realization. This one is resilience. Those both come from the pages you pick when in a breakthrough, as well as the initial boost the arts can use. Right, but do I get this effect for a skill I've learned but I'm not using? Like, let's say I unequip this skill. Do I still get 4 movement speed and 4 equipment mastery because I know it? Or do I have to have it equipped like what I just went and did? I assume those are basically passive stat points, right? Okay. Outline resilience. Respect the roots when unlocking breakthrough nodes without entering a pure deviation state. Mechanism nodes gain 75% martial arts power cap, plus 25% max capacity, minus 50% deviation. Breakthrough attempts while in pure deviation cost 100% more XP. It's only when you have it equipped. Okay, so by putting that on, I just gave myself 4 movement speed and 4 equipment mastery. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I just want to make sure I 100% understand, because that's going to be really, really important in builds, I assume. Getting passive stats from your skills is pretty big. Okay, let's do some heterodoxy. All right, I'm cultivating. Okay, so right off the bat, these two have a nice juicy +2. That one's also at a 90%. Nothing special that we can see up here, though. Silence. Connect the node grants +3 max capacity, but reduces the power cap of adjacent to 0. So we'd lose 2, but we'd gain 3 cap. That's a maybe, I think. That's a maybe. Okay, what else could we do? If we came from this way, we have an ingenuity, but we don't know where any of the other ingenuities are. This is a cool system. I'm sure I'm still missing stuff, but I really like this. This really reminds me, what was the other martial art game we played where I had to connect the lines? It was Kung Fu. Matchless Kung Fu, where you had to connect the lines for you had to do your chi circulation. That's what I'm thinking of. Similar but different, obviously. Okay, we could get 4 here guaranteed. We could swoop down and just get this nice and early, and then we could spend all the rest of our time grabbing whatever we can grab. I think we're gonna do that. I like this 90% also. Okay, a 9200. Okay, double ambition. Ambition is the further your current capacity is below half of max, the higher the connection rate of the node and the nodes around it. Okay, so that's fine. It's just a safe node. Sure. And sure. And I want those because they have power level. And then we'll grab our... No, let's grab that. It's 100%. Grab you. All right. Now, let's not pull a babble. Let's actually succeed. So let's take the 93 and we'll come up here and see if we can nab this stuff. And if it goes horrible, we have several routes to get back down. We have 19 more connections. Do I want to take this? I think the answer is yes. But others like martial arts say a sword skill makes you gain more HP in your arms based on the highest boost of the arts you've learned. Breakthroughs are nice to do, but I wouldn't stress too hard until you're stronger, since you can always redo them when you have more skill. I'm just learning. I'm having fun. So it's not pointless, I don't think. So I don't know. I'm just enjoying it. Okay, we have ingenuity here. I don't need that. We could jump to here, but that's kind of whatever. I want to go up. Okay, now we're gonna jump down. Uh-oh. Okay. We're gonna go down. Fixation. Okay, that one's the one that spreads. That's fine. 100% on an ingenuity. I'll take it. Okay, now I do kind of want to jump out of here. We still have 13 more capacity. Jump over here maybe and we could grab some stuff. Okay, it's a little got me boxed in. Ambition, concentration, +3. I have 12 to go. We got plenty left. Uh-oh. Son of a gun. Okay. Altruism. Oh my goodness. Any system that allows me to be super greedy and get screwed, I love it. All right, I'm not gonna take this because I could totally die if we don't get this node. All right, now I can cut through here because we jumped. And I still have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's probably too greedy, even for Babel. Okay. We need to not fail this one, though. Thank you. Oh, wait a second. I'm not even heading to the right thing. I wanted to head here. Oops. Okay, well, we could have grabbed one more. Whatever. We're fine. All right. We had a sweat moment. But we're okay. We're okay. I'm gonna get myself in so much trouble in that system when I really start getting like greedy on really powerful skills. It's gonna be amazing. Always fun watching Babel does himself to jinx himself into oblivion. You see, it's the horseshoe theory. I have to be so jinxed that I become lucky again. That's just how I work. Okay, cool. All right, we're still looking for that sword immortal. May take some time. Okay, so maybe I don't need to be too worried about it. And I passed a month while we were out here, right? Yeah, okay, so let's do our management. So we have a tree farm, and we have a mine. Trainee interrupted. I think that means I just don't have a successor. I think that's what that means. I don't know what else that would be indicating. Oh, you can rename buildings. I like that a lot, actually. So like we could name a building after like some guy that runs it or something. All right. This is Babel we're talking about. Not being greedy would make him melt into a puddle like the Wicked Witch. It's like I gotta get like my gambler's rush, and I do that by being greedy in games since I don't actually gamble. Okay, let's go assign some people. Building needs a steward to operate and training interrupted. Maybe this did get interrupted then. I didn't auto it, so they didn't move any of the kids that were training. I don't know what that's telling me that it's interrupted. All right, you. Mining. All right, let me see if I can figure this one out. So if we go here, fine art, we have one that's called mining. We don't. Okay, then I don't know what that would be. Let's go ahead and we will, no. We will dispatch. Did this save my, oh, that is not the button I want. Did this save my settings here? No. Okay, so this is per building. So for apprentices, I'm gonna go with highest talent, assuming that we're gonna train up the best people for the future. The person running it, I want to be the best that we have. Yeah, only people who are eligible. Oh, right, we probably don't have anyone that's eligible. Well, let's find out. So we hit confirm, quick dispatch. Okay, we can't, that won't work because we don't have somebody who has, apparently it's smithing for this. So if we go back in there and we turn that off, and we do it again, maybe not. We don't have anybody who makes that work. Why? What character? No, I do want professionals to get going. So I have no one. It's not selecting one. It says smithing. Okay, so fine arts. Who is my best smith? You are. But aren't you also already Xingming Tong? Aren't you the guy that's running the other place for us already? Is that my problem? Yeah. You're too good. Okay, then it can't be him. So it can't be him. Bai Kai Liv. Man, he is one of my best skilled characters, isn't he? All right, well, it is what it is. We're gonna need to go recruit some talents. We need to hold an examination. And so a bunch of debates. Have a bunch of intrigue. All right, so we're gonna make 800. I don't know what this is. Each time the required work progress of operation is reached, the operational result will be generated. Flame Pond provides work progress. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get 213 metal, I take it, and some money. Or is that just money? I assume it's metal and not money. Okay. And then we're gonna have the same problem at the tree farm. Carpentry. Okay, let's just start here. So fine art, carpentry. 59 on Zikai He. All right, you're my expert carpenter. A 21-year-old. All right. Benevolent. All right, lady, you see what you can do. It's like Sonic with the medical condition of gotta go fast. Dude, I love the meme. It's like somebody's like junky picture of Sonic and he's crying. And it says, why is Sonic crying? In like a forum post. And the caption just reads, thinking about fast. I don't know why, but that kills me every time. Every time the bar fills, you get the resources. Okay, so it's not money, it's resources. All right, Ra, have a good one, man. Oh, crap. We're actually over 4 hours. Wow. I need to be calling it here, too, so I can get something to eat and be ready for the PM stream. We'll finish this thought process here, and I need to roll a month to do a save, so we'll finish up the month, or at least get my energy down to where I can. All right, we'll quick dispatch the disciples. Good to go. Who else? So we have gemstone. No, we have... Right, we have metal. I didn't build the gemstone because we didn't have the building materials, right? Because I wanted to build it right here. Do I have the building materials to build the gemstone? That's where we're at. Gemstone mine, right. I don't have the metal. Okay, that makes that really easy. I don't need to worry about that then. So we go back to world. No, that apparently is not something I can do yet. Let me out of here. Oh, I need to spend 1 energy and then we could pass time. I need metals. Do we have metals nearby? I do. I'll actually take some metal from right here. If we can get that to 1,000, we'll be able to build that building. Maybe we'll just do that quick so I don't forget what we were doing between now and tomorrow. All right, this isn't the best, but I'll nab it. Yeah, those higher ones definitely are much, much richer. Those 100+ ones that we harvested were so much better. 999, you've got to be kidding me. Getting trolled here by the game. All right, we'll grab those, and then we can do our building. That'll be good, so I don't have to try to remember what we were doing. So resource building, gem mine, quick dispatch, begin construction. We'll put you right here. Okay, cool. And then I already have enough energy spent so I can run a month without losing. I keep getting escape there. My Dominion's muscle memory's kicking in. You could also disassemble metal items in your inventory. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good to know. I have some junky weapons we're never going to use. Time flies. Yeah, no kidding, man. No kidding. I really wish I could do longer streams, but in all honesty, most people don't watch a VOD that's longer than 3 hours, so I'm already pushing it at 4, so it is what it is. All right, so I am going to run a month because I have to do that to save. It doesn't appear there's any other way to save other than doing a month. We will go into this next time. Next time will be tomorrow at the same time. Okay, I'm just going to click that. Tomorrow, same time, same place. I am going to be back in less than 2 hours now because I was having too much fun here. And we're going to be playing through the 1.1 story patch for Nothingness to Everness. It sounds like it's good. We'll see. I haven't had any real spoilers other than I know one character that's going to be involved in it. So if you're inclined to watch that, I look forward to seeing you in a couple hours. If not, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow for some more Scroll of Taiwu. The stream is already up. I just haven't changed the thumbnail yet. I'm going to try to schedule these out a couple in advance so that you can just see what times things are going to take place on. As always, if you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. That helps me a ton. It tells YouTube that people with good tastes like you should come check out my stream. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. So we have a long way to go in this game, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Beyond that, if you want to support the channel, you can always do a super chat here. Leave a super thanks on a video or VOD. Consider becoming a member. Memberships are super helpful for me, and they give you a little bit back. You get access to the emotes here. You get early access to videos that I'm working on. And if you hook up your Discord and your YouTube account, I have a super secret file channel for things like turn 1 of the Shadow Empires game. So you can grab the save file and you can play the same map that we played on stream. And I add to that whenever we play games that have other things I can add to it. There's also a Patreon linked in the channel info if you want to just leave a tip. And as previously mentioned, I have a free Discord. Everyone can join. I do an announcement in the channel before I go live. So if you don't trust YouTube to say when I'm going live, you can get a little nudge through Discord there. All right, guys, I will see some of you in a little bit. I'll see some of you tomorrow. Have a good day, and I will see you there, assuming I can find some buttons over here. All right, babble out.